followed this black bear and three cubs, and the cubs would walk between his legs. And I mean, that black bear didn't even give the guy hardly a notice. It was just really interesting.
Yeah.
And they said it's just these researchers go out and do this, and the bears just don't feel threatened, I guess. It's kind of wild.
Yeah, it is. It's just amazing.
Said that if one does go and try to attack, it's got some entity inside him, maybe, or something. You know what I mean? Or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. I was watching one the other day. I forgot to hit the live button. We're live now. I was watching one the other day with this coyote who tried to jump this barbed wire fence, and he got wrapped up in the fence. And this guy went up there to get it out. I mean, it was wild looking. His legs were all spread out, stretched out and wrapped up in the fence. And you could see that coyote just wanted to bite the guy, but he didn't. He was restraining himself and letting the guy work that barbed wire off of his legs and stuff, And he finally got him out of there, and he took off.
Right.
But, yeah. They I think they can sense if you're helping them or if you're going to hurt them. But they're still scared of you.
Oh yeah.
You still have that fear of the image.
Yeah, and I sure wouldn't want to be getting bit by one of them. They wouldn't just do it once either.
No, they're ravaged.
Yeah, they are.
They're tear you up.
Have you heard how Phyllis is doing, or?
No, yeah, a little bit. Luke was on there last night. It mentioned she's still in the hospital, and then this morning she texted me. It's kind of a little bit of bad news, and but they're keeping her in there. But I'm leaving you who was going to bring her up and out of there.
Yeah, indeed.
So she's still in the hospital, as far as I know. At least this morning she was.
Okay.
Earlier,
Prayers continue, of course. So.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get some good news here shortly.
Yes.
Good morning. She texted us this morning. They're having, I think, a kidney MRI and a brain MRI today. That's basically all she told us, so we keep her in our prayers in the morning, and hopefully Kusha will open the eyes of those doctors and do the correct thing.
Indeed. Thanks for the update.
Shabbat shalom, brothers.
Shabbat shalom.
And sister. I think Tad's mom's there.
Yeah, where were you last week, Tad?
Oh, last week.
We were in the chat. We were being lazy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Just needed to stay away from the screen a little bit. I keep wondering if this screen is really affecting us or something. I do know that if you sit for too many hours, the fluid will build up in your back, and I have to get up. So I got to learn to get up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why a lot of businesses have those standing stations now where you stand most of the day or change back and forth,
Huh. Didn't know that.
Yeah, businesses, there's these sets where you stand at your computer, and of course you can it's just adjustable. Yeah. Not everybody has them, but a few, I've seen them. They're pretty nice. So you can get up and move around, so.
Yeah. I just get up and walk around for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Well, I go to physical therapy, and I notice what you're talking about. They have these stands that they roll around, but they never told me. They never told me about that fluid building up here. I found it online, but you know what I'm saying? It's like, so I need to get up more often and just move a little bit because I sitting a long time. I'm getting pain.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they keep you coming back, right, Phil?
That's right. That's right.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't say things like that.
They sell
that's right.
glasses. They sell
They-
glasses for screen time. Like,
Yeah.
so if it's called
And
blue
actually-
light glasses,
Actually, I got them. They're right over there.
do they work?
They work?
I was thinking about getting
Yeah,
some, but I
Yeah, they do. I'm sorry. Okay, delay. I got delay in my head. They do work, and the light actually was so bright on this screen that I would wear them, and I felt better. But it's not. I don't think it's just the light. I think there's something coming, and some kind of frequency or something. Yeah.
And they got
The way we have ours set up, we don't look at our computer. We put it on our TV, so we're looking at a bigger screen and it's a lot brighter.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
but
Yeah,
and I would like to get down to the computer because it's not as.
but I can't hardly see the computer, so
That's why we need to have your eyes checked. Hey, he has to want to do it. I can't do it for him.
Yeah.
I stay away from doctors.
Yeah, he does.
Kind of like the hearing issue, where some people say, oh, well, so off the cuff, my wife said, well, you need to get your hearing checked. I go, well, I blocked a lot of things out because I'm a teacher at school, with younger kids. So if I hear my name thousands of times a day, it seems like, I'm sure it's not thousands, hundreds anyway. And so I have, within reason, I have to kind of block out the background noise, because otherwise it'd drive you nuts. You know what I mean? So
A lot of times when somebody tells me that I'm hard of hearing or something, I tell them, quit cursing me.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Uh-huh. No, I get it. For sure. For sure.
I have a very important question for everybody.
Yay.
What kind of bitter herbs does anybody eat for the Passover meal? Give me an idea. I know there's lettuce and like green onions, and we do parsley. Anybody have any other suggestions?
Arugula,
Arugula. Hold on.
horseradish, dandelion.
Oh,
um,
Mom doesn't
I
like
like-
horseradish very well.
I like bitter, so I do tend to.
Arugula. Anybody else have any bitter herbs that they?
Dandelion.
Dandelion.
Yeah, it's really good.
Right
for
out in your
liver.
yard.
Yes,
boy.
yes. Just make sure you don't spray any of it.
Well, we
So
have plenty
the
of those
Passover
right
dinner's
now.
on Monday. The Passover dinner is on Monday. Is that what we're supposed to eat it?
Yeah, bitter herbs. Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
No, the Passover dinner would be. Let me see.
Tuesday, right?
No.
Mm-mm.
Monday.
Monday?
Monday.
No, you eat last supper at the beginning of Passover. You
Yes.
would eat it. That's when it turns as soon as it turns dark. You eat the Last Supper, and that is it's a meal. And then after the meal is the communions, what Christians call it, but you pass around the bread and the wine. It's in remembrance of him. And then after that, they do the feet washing, and then at the end of everything, they sing a song, a praise song to Yahuwah. Then after that, you wait. The Galileans, Yahusha and the Galileans would wait 24 hours fast, and they wouldn't eat again until they ate the Passover supper, which they don't eat until evening on the following day. Okay, so as soon as it turns unleavened bread, the first day of unleavened bread, as soon as it gets dark and unleavened bread comes, that's when you eat the Passover. So they slaughtered the lamb. They prepared the lamb to eat and everything, and cooked all their food and got everything ready. And then they ate it as soon as the sun goes down. On the first day of unleavened bread is when they eat the Passover lamb. So the Last Supper is eaten in the beginning of Passover hours, and the Passover supper is eaten after Passover's over, and you begin the first day of unleavened bread. It's a 24-hour period there.
Yeah,
Which
tomorrow
converts to what
evening.
on this timeline?
What's that? I'm sorry. I heard,
Which converts to what on this timeline? In other words, what's Sunday night, Monday, Tuesday, based on our days right now? Like when
calendar.
Sunday evening is when that begins?
Yeah, Passover begins at sundown on Sunday. As soon as the sun goes down on Sunday on the first day, and the second day comes, that's when you do the Last Supper. Okay, and then you go at the end of Monday. The second day will be, and the sun goes down, and that's the third day or Tuesday comes, and that would be the first day of unleavened bread, and that's when you eat the Passover supper. Okay.
And should I go and get a lamb chop of some sort or something like that? Or I mean,
you don't have to do anything really. It's just tradition. It's if you want to, you know.
Okay.
You do have to observe the designated Sabbaths, and you're supposed to study Scripture. And when you eat the supper, if you do decide to eat the Passover as a traditional meal, you should be fully dressed with your shoes on, your coat on, your walking staff, and eat it in haste, like they did in Mitzrayim that night.
Ready to go.
And, but you're not supposed to overcook either. Okay, so if you cook more than you can eat, and it remains in at daybreak, you take it out and you burn it. You don't eat it. So you still have
so that
to.
First day Sabbath is from.
If you do that, you still have to comply with the laws of the Passover law of the Passover. You got to be careful what you're doing. And you're not allowed to invite anybody over to eat with you that's not in the body. It's not in Israel.
Yeah, I saw that. So what was I going to say? The first and last days of the Passover are when we're supposed to be a Shabbat. So the first day of the Shabbat Passover is Sunday evening to Monday evening?
No. Passover is not a Shabbat. Passover is prep day. It's preparation day for unleavened bread. Okay, so look, they eat the Last Supper at the beginning, okay, of unleavened bread, and that's why they call it Passover in Scripture, because that is Passover. You are eating it, the Passover meal on unleavened bread. See what I'm saying? And then at the end of at the beginning of Passover, and then at the end of Passover, and when it gets dark, it starts the first day of unleavened bread. That's when you eat the Passover meal. So they're both called Passover. See what I'm saying? And then at the end of
the first Shabbat? What's the first Shabbat?
At the end of unleavened bread,
Monday evening to Tuesday evening.
At the end of unleavened bread, they eat another meal. That's why there's 2 meals on the first day of unleavened bread. What'd you say, Joshua?
The Shabbats is when I'm trying to figure out when the Shabbats are for the first and last days.
Oh, well, it's the first day of unleavened bread,
okay,
which would be Tuesday
Monday evening
on the Roman. Yeah, Monday evening to Tuesday evening.
Tuesday evening. Okay. All right.
And then the seventh day.
Saturday evening.
The seventh day of unleavened bread is a Sabbath. The first day and the seventh day of unleavened bread.
Right.
But they call that Passover as well. Everything's called Passover.
Yeah, I understand that.
So you just treat those as you would any other Sabbath.
Okay, and the seventh, what is the seventh day Shabbat? The seventh day of unleavened bread from
No, count 7 days.
I'm trying to just get the Shabbats down. I just want to know the times and the days. So I'm for sure, 100% for sure.
Oh, it would end Monday night. would be the 7th day.
Okay. So Sunday evening to Monday evening is that second Shabbat?
On Monday evening, starts the first day of unleavened bread. That's a Shabbat. 7 days later is the 7th day, and it ends in the evening.
Which is what?
Monday.
Okay, so that's all I'm asking. So
you got Monday, right? It's Passover. In the evening, Tuesday comes. That's the first day. So you got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. That's the 7th day. Don't forget they go from evening to evening. I'm just saying that stuff to try to get you to understand what I'm saying. But it goes from evening to evening. Go ahead, Tad.
I was just going to help him out with like the Roman calendar part. So basically, the first Yom or day of Matzah, which is the High Shabbat, will be all day on the 23rd of this Roman calendar. Okay, it starts in the evening on the 22nd, but it's all day the 23rd until the evening. And then the last day of the High Shabbat is the 29th. It starts at evening on the 28th, but it goes to the evening on 29th. So it's all day the 29th. I think that's what you were looking for. 23rd.
Yes. Yeah, just a simple time. Just simple time.
Yes, there you go.
We don't have any of this written down, do we? No, I'm just kidding. Hey, everybody. Awesome.
What's going on, man?
Awesome. Sorry I'm late.
Hey, Josh, I'm with you, man, because Sharon and I have been doing Shabbat for a while, but this will be the first time that we do it correctly, so, which is a blessing.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm doing it on the right times, That's all.
So tomorrow night, Mom and I will do the Last Supper, which is for us the bread and the wine and the feet washing. And then the following evening, we'll do the Passover meal, the bitter herbs. Does that make more sense?
Got an echo.
Yeah, so the first day of Shabbat is Monday, all day Monday, correct? And then 7 days later is Monday, so then that is the second Shabbat, right?
No. Monday is the preparation day. Sunday is Passover.
Big time interference.
Yeah,
We got a lot of interference.
A lot of interference going on. I can't hear you. Something's
Does
up.
somebody still have YouTube on?
I think it was Mark because he just muted himself and it stopped. So,
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, Monday's preparation day. So then the first day of unleavened bread is, you're saying Tuesday all day is
Yes.
the first.
From Monday evening, once it gets dark, until Tuesday evening. But the full day is Tuesday. Yes.
Correct. Yeah.
On the Roman calendar.
Okay. So it's the same thing the next week then, 7 days later. Monday evening to Tuesday evening is that second Shabbat.
No, because it would be Sunday evening to Monday evening.
Okay. Is the second. That's what I want to know. I'm glad we clarified that because that's what I'm trying to get to here. All right.
Like I said, 23rd, 29th. Those are the all-day high Shabbats. They start at the previous evening, but that's the full day.
All right. That makes sense. Thank you for the clarification.
Can you all hear me with this?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Awesome.
Okay. Any other questions on Passover or unleavened bread or Bikarium? Sharon?
If you're making a meal on preparation day, are you making 2 meals? Because the next day is a high Sabbath. Is that correct? Okay, I just want to make sure. So And
You
we
can
got-
make as many meals as you want.
You make as many as you want, man.
You don't know me. I don't like to cook.
Passover is preparation day.
Yes.
Okay. And so they don't eat the Last Supper until evening. Okay. And that's when they eat the Last Supper, at the beginning of Passover. Okay. So really they're cooking, they're preparing that just an hour or two before Passover. And then they eat the Passover meal. The Last Supper on Passover at night when it gets here. And then you have all day from that point on, all day until evening to slaughter the lamb and prepare the Passover supper. And that's eaten on the beginning of the first day of unleavened bread, which is the high Sabbath, not the Passover. The Passover is just a normal day. It's on the 14th of Abib. Unleavened bread is on the 15th of Abib.
Yes, and when I explain it to Mark, I explain it to Ike's cousin. If you had to kill the lamb and put it on the pit, it's an all-day thing to cook that lamb. So yeah, that preparation day is an all-day thing. So, but I was asking, the 2 meals were so that you didn't have to do anything on the high Sabbath, unleavened bread. So you'd cook everything on preparation day. There you go.
But it could be 3 or 4 meals if you wanted. You can cook as much as you want, as long as you're not cooking on the high Shabbat.
And you give one to us.
And you give one to us.
So
Go
even
ahead.
if we don't have a pass,
We'll FedEx it.
Are you talking about eating the second supper on unleavened bread? Is that what you're asking?
No, because if you're eating before you're rushing to, because you're going out the door to on unleavened bread there between that time, do you need to cook the 2 meals, the one on preparation day and then the one on high Sabbath?
Yeah. It's the high Sabbath is a festival.
You cook
It's a
it all. You cook it all on Passover. Preparation. Okay.
You can, but you're allowed to prepare your feast on unleavened bread.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
If that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
So they have the Passover meal, and it was prepared in the daylight hours on prep day. As soon as it got dark and became unleavened bread, they ate it. Okay, and they ate it in haste. Okay, and then at midnight, that's when the Spirit came and starts killing all the firstborn of Israel. So there's a lot of wailing and screaming and death going on right around midnight. That's why you should have your meal eaten by midnight. All of it. See what I'm saying? After that, that's when the death began to all the firstborn in Mitzrayim. All right. And so then you go through that night and the morning comes, right? Well, it's still unleavened bread. Yeah, it hasn't changed. So then you go through the daylight hours, comes and still unleavened bread. Well, they prepare the next dinner during the feast. What do you think a feast is? It's celebration. It's party time. It's cook a big meal and everybody eats on the feast day. It just happens to be a Shabbat with the same requirements, a weekly Shabbat, in that you can't work. There's no work. You're not allowed to work. No servile work. No work at all. You just have to celebrate the festival. Understand that? So then you got the rest of the days through the 7 days of unleavened bread. The one thing you're not allowed to do is eat leaven. You have to eat matzah. So then you go through the rest of the week and you get to the 7th day, right? Is there a prep day for that? Well, you could be. It could be the day before because it's not a Shabbat. The only Shabbats are the first day and the 7th day. So you could prepare the feast for the 7th day on the 6th day if you want to, but you don't have to. You can wait till the 7th day and prepare the feast on the 7th day and eat it and celebrate. It's a day of celebration. It's a feast. There's 3 feasts. There's 7 appointed times, but there's only 3 feasts. And you're allowed to celebrate and cook on them days.
That was all good, Mark. Thanks.
It's common sense. They're the preparation days for the Passover supper, right? They're not going to prepare 2 meals and then wait almost 24 hours to eat the second meal. No. They're in a hurry, man. They ain't got time for all that. They had to cook it, eat it in haste and before midnight. Get ready to get out of there. All the firstborn of Natsarim started dying and wailing and crying, and there was all kinds of crazy stuff going on. Go ahead, Raul.
Sharon, no leftover lamb. You need to burn whatever's left over. You cannot eat it the next day.
Yeah, you're not even supposed to cook enough for it to be left over. You're supposed to count how many people are in your house are going to eat and proportion the meat and just cook exactly how much you need. You're not supposed to waste it at all. But if you happen to overcook, which some people like to do, then you can't eat it. When the sun comes up, you can't eat it. You can eat it that night, but not when the sun comes up, and then you have to destroy it. You got it by fire.
What is I'm sorry. What is the thought behind that? That no leftover.
It's Yahuwah's command. You'll have to ask Yahuwah that.
No, I just, I guess it's because whatever was left over is really like nothing back here is going to be left behind. It's all going away. I don't know. I
think it would be more like disrespect.
Okay.
You know, for your Passover lamb, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like they left one of Yahusha's arms hanging on the stake. You know, took everything and left an arm hanging there or something, you know, till the next morning. It would be kind of disrespectful. Do you remember Scriptures tells us that when somebody's hanging on a tree, you can't leave them when the sun goes down. If you do, then the entire nation of Israel will be cursed. Bring a curse on the nation. It's kind of like that. So if you leave them hanging on the tree, especially the next morning, you're in big trouble. Why? Well, why do you suppose you're not allowed to do that? Dave?
Oh, no, I had a different question. I'm sorry.
Oh, why do you suppose you're not allowed to leave someone hanging on a tree into the next day, which would be when nighttime comes? Why do somebody saying hanging on a tree is a curse and they have to come down before nightfall? They were in a frenzy to get Yahusha's body off the stake. Why?
Because he's not of darkness. He's of light.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, you're on track there. Yeah, because he's the image of Yahuwah. You leave the image of Yahuwah on there at night, you're in big trouble. That's what Scripture says. All right. Any other questions on Passover unleavened bread? Bikram, anything at all?
Yeah, I have a question. So, sorry, someone else was going to say something. No,
Mark, I was just going to say there's a guy named Jamie. He's a friend of mine and student. He's in the backstage, so he was wondering if he could get on.
I'm not seeing him, brother.
Or not Jamie. I mean Travis. Sorry.
I don't see him. There's nobody on the backstage.
Okay, sounds good.
Tell him to go out and come back in, Phil.
Okay, I will. Thanks.
Joshua?
So, yeah, I'm just trying to determine, since I'm by myself, you know, how to observe Passover, even if should I even have a dinner? I mean, what would you recommend a single person who's by themselves handle
I'm there
Passover in general?
There's really nothing to do, Joshua, other than, like I said, if it's a designated Shabbat, treat it like a Shabbat. No work, you know. Look, Yahusha has already fulfilled the first spring fest, the first 4. They've been fulfilled. So it's really more of an observance for memorial than anything else. You know, everything else would be more of a tradition, something to do with your family, your friends, or whatever. But they have to be in the assembly, the body of Yahusha. You can't invite them in to do that, you know. So I would just, you know, suggest you just treat it like it's a Shabbat. You know, if you want to do the remembrance thing at the Last Supper, you can. You know, I mean, you could break bread and eat the bread for this is my body, and this is my. You could drink some wine. This is my blood for the new covenant. You know, you could do that, and read scriptures. Read about it. Read about them being delivered from Mitzrayim. You know, the night all the firstborn of Mitzrayim died and all that, and their escape from Egypt. You know, read the scripture. You know, that's probably the best thing you could do. Spend time with Yahuwah.
And sing a song.
Sing a song. Sing praise to Yahuwah.
Awesome.
You know, look, you got to remember, you were supposed to go to Jerusalem to do this. All right. And guess what? If you went to Jerusalem to do this, you wouldn't find a temple there. The temple was destroyed in 70 AD. So there's 2 strikes. Okay. So why was all that happen? Well, because those have been fulfilled. Yahusha fulfilled them precisely and accurately, exactly when he had to do it. Okay. At the exact time he was supposed to do it, he did it. He wasn't late. He wasn't confused. He wasn't on a different calendar. Okay. He did it exactly when he was supposed to perform it. And it was on the 14th of Abib, and he became the Passover lamb. He died before the 15th of Abib. Okay. And was in the tomb before the 15th arrived.
Right.
And we are the third temple.
And we are the third temple. Go ahead, Dave.
And that was because they had to do it before midnight because it was the Shabbat, right? Which is why they had to rush him in there to get him off the. Like you were answering, like before, I think, with the question.
Well, they had to get him off, period, because they
Right.
weren't allowed to leave somebody hanging on a tree is cursed, and they weren't allowed to leave him on until the next day at night. Then the nation would suffer a curse. Okay. So
and last night I think you said that we only do Passover. We should really only do it the once a year, right? On the day, correct? Instead of like every Sunday or every Shabbat. Right.
Oh yeah, you're talking about that communion, and Christians call communion. Yeah,
yeah.
That's a 1 year thing. Do it in remembrance of me. You know. Okay. And so when he said, as often as you do this, doing it in remembrance of me. Well, that the often is once a year, and that's when you're supposed to do that.
Awesome. Thank you.
See what I'm saying? At the Last Supper. Okay, so, go ahead, Mom.
Dave is having a hard time getting a word in edgewise here, and we can't hear him.
Yeah, you're breaking up and stuff, Dave. Is what she's saying.
Oh, me?
Yeah, Dave. Yeah, you're breaking up and everything. So.
Oh, let me try
I'm picking up what you're saying, though. You know.
Okay, let me try different headphones.
But you're breaking up and freezing. So yeah. Are you on your cell phone, brother?
Yeah.
Probably cell phone. Yeah.
All right. Hold on. Let me.
All right. Anybody else? Anything about the Passover? Go ahead, Ike.
I just want to say it was an excellent study last night.
Yes.
Yeah. Is that better?
About the same. You'll be all right.
Okay, cool.
Just let's keep your mic muted for us until you want to talk. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, don't get all caught up in this. What am I supposed to do? What shouldn't I do? Do I cook? Do I do this? Do I do that? Those are obstacles of distraction, as far as I'm concerned. Okay, the main value here, the true value, is that the Lamb of Yahuwah came and shed his blood for the remission of sins. His miraculous blood gives us a chance, a second chance, or a chance at a pardon. Okay, and that's what we really need to realize through all this. Not so much about what we should do. That all comes from celebrating pagan holidays, because we were raised. As soon as the holiday came, there's all kinds of stuff we're supposed to do, right? Chop down the tree, decorate the tree, put up this, do that, do lights, blah, blah, blah. You got to do all this stuff. And so we take that mindset and carry it over because we're newbies in all this, and we think, oh, there's got to be something to do. What should I be doing? It's got to be something, And I think that's what causes a lot of confusion every year with people.
I think for me, it just, I also kind of like, I want to observe it out of love, really, more than anything, not so much as a tradition, but just as to be with other people and stuff. And I guess it's a little tough on me because I'm by myself over here. So it's like, a little bit, I guess, lonely on these type of days.
I concur, Mark. I've always gotten that impression that sometimes we busy ourselves with this ritual because we've been influenced since birth, and that's not what it's about. He did everything for us anyway. So there's nothing we can do outside of obedience to please him. So, and that's, of course, validifying the fact of what he's done for us. So the obedience is the big part. And of course, doing what he tells us to do. So all the other stuff can be a distraction, like you're saying. Great point. And I've never got that impression from him, even before I knew a lot about this besides his name and his will. So that's what I'd always prayed for, to know his will before, of course, knowing all these things that we know now about what we're supposed to do as far as obedience. So excellent. Thank you.
Yeah. Just a lot of that stuff's just tradition. It's just if you want to do it, but don't focus on it. Don't make it all about those traditions. Like having little kids run, you hide leaven and they run around with a feather, and they pick up the leaven and everything, put it in paper and, or, other things. Like some people, especially if they have young children, they'll go out and they'll take some grape juice or something, or wine or whatever, and they'll go out and they'll take like a sponge or a brush or something, and they'll go up and down the doorpost of their door and across their lintel to show the kids what the Hebrews did that night, to protect them from the spirit of death, right? And so they'll do these kind of things. This ain't something we have to do. This is just tradition. This is trying to make it more fun, something, more exciting, things to do. And that's all tradition really it does. It just adds things to try to make it more entertaining and more fun for a family or whatever, But these aren't things that we have to do. Okay. But you do have to respect them and observe them as Shabbats. When he tells you that the first day of unleavened bread and the seventh day of unleavened bread is a Shabbat, then you need to act like that's a Shabbat. You have to perform it as a Shabbat. Now, go ahead, Josh.
I was going to ask, also, I'm not going to eat any leavened bread either during.
No, that you can't do. Now that's you cannot do. Okay, that's not something we ignore there. Okay, that's not tradition. That's a command. You're not allowed to eat leavened bread. You have to eat. You got to get all the leaven out. What's that?
I was
Yeah,
just
that's
saying,
not
yes, I agree. Yeah, that's not an option. I read about that, so I was just making
That's
sure.
not optional. Yeah, don't get that confused. Eat unleavened meat, matzah. You got to get all the leaven out of your house. That's a command. That's not an option. That's not tradition. That's a command. Go ahead, Dave.
What was leaven again? Just so I make sure I understand that.
Leaven is yeast.
Okay, that's what I thought. So all this,
It to rise, right? Expand.
okay.
Did that represent sin, leaven?
Yeah. Yes, it's sin. And the idea is just a little bit of sin ruins the whole lump. So if you sin just a little bit, it's going to grow and grow and grow, and pretty soon you're being sinning a lot. Once you let sin in, buddy, it takes off. It grows and expands in your life. That's the whole idea of that. Even the littlest, tiniest bit of leaven or sin can make the whole lump grow and get huge, right? You become a big sinner. Even the little tiniest piece of leaven. And that's what that represents spiritually. Okay?
I'm so glad you got that. That's awesome.
Anything else? Anybody else got anything to say or ask? Comments? Questions? All right. It takes a while to understand these festivals, these appointed times. Don't worry, you'll figure it out. One of these days, it'll just hit you like a ton of bricks, and you won't be lost anymore. Well, what I was going to say was the winter festivals, the 3 that we do in the fall, they have not been fulfilled yet. And so those are still Mikra, Moedim, and they are rehearsals, and we do have to do things on them on those days. You can go continue to rehearse and do things on the spring festivals if you want, but you really don't have to because they've been fulfilled. The winter festivals have not. But, Yahushua fulfilled the spring festivals precisely and accurately on time. So there's no reason for us to doubt that he's not going to fulfill the last 3 accurately and precisely on time. And he will, because that's what they are. These are part of the redemption plan and how he's going to redeem his people. So he will carry them through precisely and fulfill them precisely as they are appointed to him. Okay? So there you go. So remember, 7 appointed times, 3 feasts, 3 festivals. Difference. Big difference there. All right. No other questions. Let's get into today's study. Kind of running late. So we left off in Luke 10. We're in Luke 10. Need a reader. Go ahead, Tad.
Okay. And after this, the master appointed 70 others and sent them 2 by 2 ahead of him into every city and place where he himself was about to go. Then he said to them, "The harvest indeed is great, but the workers are few. Therefore, pray the master of the harvest to send out workers into his harvest. Go, see, I send you out as lambs into the middle of wolves. Do not take a purse, nor a bag, nor sandals, and greet no one along the way. And whatever house you enter, first say, Shalom to this house. And if indeed a son of peace is there, your peace shall rest on it. And if not, it shall return to you. And stay in the same house, eating and drinking whatever with them, for the laborer is worthy of his wages. Do not move from house to house. And into whatever city you enter, and they receive you, eat whatever is placed before you, and heal the sick there, and say to them, the reign of Yahuwah has come near to you. And into whatever city you enter, and they do not receive you, go out into its streets and say, even the dust of your city which clings to us, we wipe off against you. But know this, that the reign of Yahuwah has come near to you. And I say to you that it shall be more bearable for Sodom in that day than for that city.
Okay, hang on. Okay, why? Why is it going to be more bearable for Sodom and Gomorrah than the city that they wiped the dust off their feet against? Why? Well, that was a lot of sin going on in Sodom and Gomorrah. Why? Ike?
Because they refused their chance to repent. That
Yeah.
it? Okay.
That's it. Raul?
I was gonna say they were rejecting the good news of the Besor, which is basically the same.
Yeah, they rejected the truth, didn't they? Go ahead, Tad.
Yeah, they rejected the truth, and they will be punished. I mean, he has judged already. He's the only judge, and they will be punished in the day of distress. Basically, that day will be much worse than Sodom and Gomorrah.
That's right.
So the
So the
people
day
of
of Yahuwah.
Sodom, so the people
Go
of
ahead.
Sodom and Gomorrah never even heard the truth, which is why these people actually heard the truth, and they still rejected it, which is why it's going to be worse for them, right? Okay.
That's right. Yeah, the reign of Yahuwah came near to them. They had the opportunity, staring them right in the face, and they rejected it. Or Sodom and Gomorrah didn't have that opportunity. They were just destroyed because of their great sin, the sin that was found in that city. Go ahead, Raul.
I always had a question. The residents of Sodom and Gomorrah, were they of the 12 tribe, or were they Gentiles?
Well, theoretically, they were Gentiles, but Lot and his family were not, but they were living within the territory, of Israel at the time, and so they were exposed. I mean, they knew of it. You know what I mean? I'm sure Lot would probably have told them, living there in the city, and so I think that they probably knew about Yahuwah, and they knew that they were sinning, but they didn't care. They wanted to, So this would have been early, this very early in the history of Israel, because it's Abraham, man. He's the one that started it all. See what I'm saying? Ike?
I have another question about another verse. Is that all right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Verse 7. I think I know what it means, but when it says, and stay in the same house, eating and drinking whatever with them. Now, I'm assuming that the house they would stay in, they would be eaten by the food laws. Is that correct?
Say that again. I didn't catch it.
The house they will stay in, they will be eating with the food laws. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, because I've heard people use that for excuse of eating unclean things too. Oh, look, you can
Yeah.
eat whatever you want, you know. So.
Right. No, he's not going to sit here and name everything that they could serve you. You know,
Right.
whatever they feed you, go ahead and eat it. Well, they knew what food was.
Yep.
This would have been among the Israelites.
Yeah.
So, in other words, you know, don't worry about what you eat. Just eat what they feed you, and heal them, and heal the sick there, and tell them that the reign of you has come near to you.
Yeah.
Basically, you know. So, in other words, don't take food with you. You know, don't take. He's telling them, don't take anything. I'm going to take care of you. Don't worry about nothing. Just eat whatever they feed you. You know, don't worry. I've got this. You just go spread the Besorah. That's basically the main message here. Go ahead, Sharon.
Did you see 3 separate there was like 3 separate things here in these verses? Did you see that?
What do you mean?
Well, the first one is like you go to the house, you enter, peace be with, but then he goes down to the next thing, and he says, where is it? And what you enter the city and you receive, there's like 3 separate understandings that if you go to the next place and you just wipe your feet off, if they, 3 separate
Instructions.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I mean, he's just telling them what to do. He's giving them like he said, instructions. So when you enter, whatever house you enter, first say peace to this house. So if you go any house you go into, say peace to this house. Is what they're supposed to say. And then and indeed the son of peace is there. Your peace shall rest on it, and if not, it shall return to you. So you're not going to stay at that house, and then stay in the same house, eating and drinking with whatever, for your labor is worthy of his wages. So you're allowed to accept what they give you as part of your wages, but do not move from house to house. So stay in that same house. Go back to it, whatever house that has, you found the pieces there. And into whatever city you enter, and they receive you, eat whatever is placed before you, and heal the sick, and spread the Besorah. And into whatever city you enter, and they do not receive you, go out into the streets and say, even the dust of your city, which clings to us, we wipe off against you. But know this, that the reign of you has come near to you, but you blew it. You refused it. Sometimes, I mean, it's really nothing other than their instructions on what to do on their adventure.
Is it kind of like the instructions he would give us to enter to his house? The Father's house is what I was getting. No? Okay.
No.
I mean, okay.
No, I wouldn't stretch it out to that extent. This is just simple instructions when he's dividing them up 2 by 2 and sent them ahead to every city and place where he himself was about to go. So they were going out and announcing that the Yahushua was coming. Okay. It's kind of like if a circus is coming to your town or something to that effect, and they put up posters everywhere letting you know that the event's coming way in advance. So if you want to come, you can prepare yourself to go there or hear whatever the speaker or the author, whoever it is doing. That's all. And it's not 3 separate instructions. It's the entire instructions for, what to do. No matter what situation they come across, this is what you do. You know what I mean? He pretty much covers any situation that they could come across on their journey. You know, they don't stay gone forever. They come back. You know, we'll see that as we get just a little bit farther advanced in verse 17, we see them return and tell him what happened. Go ahead, Dave. Your mic's off, brother.
Sorry about that. I think this is like when I talk to my friends now, it's like we're opening the door, we're telling you about it. It's like saying there's a hurricane coming, you know, I'm trying to give you the right directions. But I like this because it's like he wants us to say, even when we're leaving, you know, I tried to warn you, like almost like that little nudge again, like saying, you know, just want to let you know that, you know, the reign of Yahuwah is come near to you, like sort of saying, okay, I tried to warn you, but I wish you the best. You know what I mean? And maybe that'll give it like a good effect. Maybe that'll make them think after you leave to consider, you know, and that kind of thing. So that's what I saw from it.
Exactly. That's good.
Awesome.
That's right. That's exactly right. That puts that thought in the back of their mind, doesn't? Ooh, maybe I should have listened to them. And, you know, maybe they repent and run and try to find the message then. Yeah. I mean, that would be a little bit scary. Okay, fine. That's cool. Just know that the reign of Yahuwah has come near to you and you rejected it, buddy. Bye. You know, I'd be playing with my mind, you know. I said, oh, maybe I better go find that guy. Maybe I should have listened to him. Yeah. Go ahead, Ted.
I just wanted to say, and we need to keep in mind that once you have given the Basora to them, I mean, the blood is then on their heads. And the scripture tells us this. If you don't tell them, if you failed to give them the Basora, the blood remains on your head. So you've done your job. You've done what Yahusha asked you to do, you know, and it's just one of those things to remember.
That's a real good point. Very good point. Anybody else? Comments or questions, thoughts? No? Okay, Tad, let's go ahead.
Picking up in 13. Woe to you, Chorazin. Woe to you, Bethsaida. For if the miracles which were done in you had been done in Sor and Sidon, they would have repented long ago, sitting in sackcloth and ashes. But it shall be more bearable for Sor and Sidon at the judgment than for you. And you, Kephar Nahum, whom are exalted to the heaven, shall be brought down to the grave.
Okay, hang on. Okay, what's that all about? What's that all about?
So who is Chorazin and Kephar Nakum?
Oh, Chorazin and Beth Zaida, Zor and Zidon and Kepha, Nakum, they're just all villages. They're just towns spread around. Go ahead, Ted.
Just answering your question, it's all about the same thing we just read about. If they receive, great. If they don't receive, well, look what's going to happen to them. Just like he said it would happen, you know, it was better for a bit more bearable for Sodom and Gomorrah. It's the same thing he's saying there for those towns.
Same message, isn't it? Exactly. Yeah. And so down here in 15, where it says, and you, Kephar Nakum, which remember we determined was the village of the priests or the Levites. Remember, it was only like 2 kilometers or whatever, right, from the temple. Remember that? It's where Eleazar and Mary and Martha were from, the village of the Levites, who are exalted to the heaven, because people exalted, but they probably looked at that town as, you know, set above ground. Oh, that's where the priests live, man. Don't do nothing around that place, right? Because they exalted the high priest, right? Which they loved, by the way. They loved that attention. Um, shall be brought down to the grave. Why?
For following traditions, or
Yeah, they're going to be exposed, aren't they? They're not so high and mighty as they're appearing to be. Go ahead, Tad.
Yeah, I just wanted to say Joshua hit it right on the nose. The priests and were Pharisees and Sadducees. They were men of tradition, just like Brother Joshua said. So yeah, you hit it right on the nose, sir.
Go ahead, Phil.
And I think the action, what we talked about earlier about the act of doing things, made them think that they were rich in the spirit, which they weren't. They were going through all these traditions, puffing themselves up through knowledge, but didn't know the knowledge of the truth.
is that kind of like what we see today with like Kabbalism and everything else with that kind of situation?
Yeah, Yahuwah even talks about all the costumes that they wore and all the stuff and the pomp and all the different things that all the temporal things, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, the facade, just like the circus.
Yeah, they've made their Teflon twice as wide, and they made their zitzits real long to try to have an outward pious appearance. And so, yeah, they're in big trouble here. Go ahead, Raul.
They added and subtracted, which Yahuwah said not to do.
Yeah, he was really mad at them for that. He called them a brood of adders. Go ahead, Tad.
I just wanted to add that it not just Kabbalahism, but basically every religion on the planet.
Correct.
Wolves in sheep's clothing. Wolves in sheep's clothing.
That's right. What is tradition?
Religion.
The doctrine of men.
All the above.
You have your hand up, Ike? Somebody had their hand up.
Yeah, I did. I did a few minutes ago. I was just going to say, not much has changed since back then to now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not much has changed in that category. Everybody look at Matthew 5. Go to Matthew 5:20. Matthew 5:20. For I say to you that unless your uprightness exceeds that of the scribes and Prushim, you shall by no means enter into the reign of the Shemayim. That means you ain't getting in. If you're at their level, you got to rise up above them.
What verse, Mark?
Matthew 5:20.
Thank you.
Everybody see that? So you have to exceed, you have to excel above them. You have to come out of the delusion that the reign of Yahuwah isn't about religious rituals or religion or any of these pious outward appearances. Has nothing to do with it. I mean, he smokes them. If you've ever read about him telling them that they're whitewashed tombs, they wash the outside of the dish, but not the inside. And they're whitewashed tombs, it looks great from the outside, but inside it stinks. It's disgusting and stinks. He smokes them, man. And this right here should shake you to the core, or them to the core, when he says, by no means will you enter into the reign if you're doing those things. So these people that are running around clean shaven, wearing shiny shoes, short haircuts. And I'm not putting down somebody that can't grow a beard or anything. Don't get me wrong on what I'm saying here. And $3,000 suits, trying to show an outward appearance of righteousness, but inside they're crooks. They're crooks, man. You would be shocked to know what happens behind the scenes of a church and what they do with how they argue over the money and the things that they do. You would be terrified and shocked that you were being part of that circus if you knew what was happening behind the back doors in the back scenes. Go ahead, Raul.
I have a question that boggles my mind. We kind of been taught that the rain will be here on earth, right? That nothing goes to, there is no heaven, that the rain is here on earth. Then why every time, like what we just read in Matthew, it says, unless you're more righteous than the Purushim, you will never enter the reign of the Shamayim. So that kind of confuses me. Can you straighten my mind out?
Yeah. The reign of the Shamayim is the spiritual realm. Flesh and blood will not inherit the reign of Yahuwah.
Thank
you. So we're going to be
so much.
Spiritual beings, you know. So anytime you see heaven or the Shamayim or something, this is talking about the spiritual realm. So will carbon exist in eternal reign? Apparently not, because we're carbon. Apparently not. It's going to be a spiritual. We don't know what it is, you know, as of yet, but we will know. But I can tell you this much. It seems as though that we'll be able to materialize back and forth. We'll be able to be flesh if we want to and eat fish or whatever, and then go right back and being a spiritual body again, because that's what Yahusha did. Even before the incarnation, that's what he did. He appeared many times on the earth as a fleshly man. He wrestled with Jacob in the flesh, right? He ate and he drank with Abraham, and on and on and on, right? So if he could materialize into a fleshly body, why didn't he just do that? Why didn't he just become fleshly body, appear, and then get staked? Why did he go through the process of being born of a maiden? Go ahead, Raul.
He want to experience being fleshly from day one till the end.
That's right. He wanted to experience what we go through from birth, from the conception to death. And so he would be able to be our high priest. And also, it was for a sign of those who believe, right? Because who else could be born of a maiden if it didn't have something to do with Yahuwah? How could you be born of a maiden? How could a maiden give birth? It had to be a sign from above, and so it was. Who had their hand up? Ike?
Well, you said part of it, but also, no man would have no excuse. So.
Yeah, that's right. Anybody got any questions or thoughts or comments at this point on that? Okay, let's continue on then, Ted.
He who hears you hears me. He who rejects you rejects me. And he who rejects me rejects him who sent me. And the 70...
Hold on a minute. What does that mean? He who hears you hears me. He who rejects you rejects me. He who rejects me rejects him who sent me. What's that mean? Precisely. Tad?
Basically, it means I'm in all and of all. I'm in everyone and everyone's in me.
Okay, so if somebody hears what you're saying, he says, then they're hearing him. Why? How is that? How can that be, Raul?
Because he gave them his ruach, and if they hear you have the ruach, they hear you. He's sharing his ruach with those that hear him.
Yeah, who's the teacher? The vessel or the ruach in the vessel?
Ruach.
Yeah, so they're when they're teaching, it's not you teaching them; it's the ruach in you, right? So they're hearing the ruach, whether they know it or not. They might not even realize that, but they are, because they're hearing your voice. But it's not you who's teaching; it's the ruach. Sharon?
The word emissary pops up in my head as in, I think it means in place of.
What?
Emissary. What's the
Yeah.
point?
You're breaking up a little bit. I'm sorry.
Breaking up big time. Yeah.
I don't know.
Say again. Say again. I heard you say emissary.
There, yeah. Up. You're actually the word.
Let me turn my mic off and say it again, Sharon. I'm sorry.
Emissary, in place of or standing in representation of Yahush, the Ruach, the Spirit. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Raul?
No, I was just agreeing.
Oh, okay. All right. So he who rejects me. Gargling?
Big time.
Must be the I'll be right back.
Man, that was some big time gargling going on there.
Yeah, too much truth going on here. The adversary doesn't want us to speak.
Exactly.
You're so right on, Tad.
Even the bird agrees with you, Ted.
Yep, she does.
What happened to Eli?
Yeah. Where is that?
I mean, mute us.
Tad, thank you so much for showing the affection and love for your mom. I went to visit mine yesterday. She's 97 and she fleshly is leaving. So you just touched me. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a lot better.
Okay. Eli's losing connection, so he's just watching. In the private chat, you go to the private chat, you can see his message. I have a poor signal. I'm going to drop off and watch. I love you all. A lot of weird stuff going on. We're having storms here too right now, so thunderstorms all morning. So it could have something to do with how through it. But at any rate, what does this mean? He who I lost my spot now. Oh, he who rejects me rejects him who sent me. So if you go tell somebody the Basura, or you start speaking to them about Yahuwah or his true name, and they reject you, okay, it's tell you that you're an idiot or something like that, or you're a, you're a, what do they call you? What do they call
A
that?
heretic?
Yeah,
Bible thumper.
right, heretic or whatever.
Torah terrorist.
What's happening? Yeah, Torah terrorists.
Yeah, they're rejecting the spirit. They're not rejecting you. They don't
That's
take
right.
it personally.
That's right. Who's telling them this? Who's teaching them about the true name? Who is it? We just said it.
Yahusha.
Yahusha.
All right. So the Ruach. And so they're not rejecting you because you're not the one telling them it. They're rejecting the Ruach. When in essence, then what are they really rejecting? What are they really rejecting?
The Father.
The Father, or who? What is the Father?
Way to life.
Yahuwah.
Yahusha.
Yeah, but what is he?
Torah Kodesh.
What's his character? What's his essence?
Love.
Love, and what else?
Go ahead, I.
What did Yahusha say he was?
Mute his back.
I am the way,
The truth.
the truth. They're rejecting truth, which means they're in big trouble now. Right? So everybody go to 2 Thessalonians.
Yeah, and then they'll be turned over to who knows what.
Yeah, they're in big trouble, right? If you're doing something in ignorance, Yahuwah overlooks ignorance right now. Okay, for right now, he'll overlook that ignorance and he won't hold it against you. But once he reveals truth to you through someone, through a vessel, and you reject the truth, you're in big trouble. Okay, you ain't ignorant anymore. Now you've rejected him. See, and now you're in big trouble. So let's look at 2 Thessalonians. It's on page 1161, 1161. Yeah, bro, you lost internet? Try to come on back, brother. Everybody's having a problem with the internet. It's the thunderstorms. What's going on? So it's on page 1161. And
What is it again? 1 Thessalonians?
2 Thessalonians chapter 2. And we'll probably start about verse, I guess, 8. And it says, and then the lawless one shall be revealed. That's the anti-Mashiach, whom the master shall consume with the ruach of his mouth and bring to nothing with the manifestation of his coming, his second coming. The appearing of the lawless one is by means of the working of Shaitan, with all power and signs, which is miracles. So when you see power, signs, and wonders, that's another name for miracles. That's what that means. Of falsehood. So his miracles are going to be falsehood. They're going to be a deception, a delusion, an illusion. See that? Magic. They're not going to be real, man. They're just going to appear to be real. And with all deceit of unrighteousness through lies, in those perishing, because they did not receive the love of the truth in order for them to be delivered. And for this reason, Yahuwah sends them a working of delusion for them to believe the falsehood, in order that all should be judged who did not believe the truth, but have delighted in lawlessness. You see that? So your rejection of truth or of him is going to do nothing but get you burnt. Big trouble if you reject truth. Big trouble. Everybody saying that? So go back over here now to Luke 10. So he who rejects you rejects me. So they're rejecting truth. Because why are they rejecting you? Because you're telling them truth and they're rejecting it. Okay. But they're not rejecting you personally. They're rejecting the truth that they're being taught by Yahuwah. And he's testing them to see if they love truth or not. And if they reject it, they don't love the truth. They don't love him. They're going to the lake of fire. We just read it. And he who rejects me rejects him who sent me, which obviously then is the Father. Any questions? Go ahead, Dave.
On that note, when I talk to my my non-Natsarim friends, and they go with the excuse, that as long as you're calling him, he knows what you mean when you're saying Jesus or when you're saying anything like that. I mean, I personally feel like we're supposed to call him by his correct name, and I think the world has been confusing us for like 500 years, probably to call him wrong. But I mean, on that note, it's almost like people who reject his name also, do you think that that's around the same lines as rejecting him?
Yes.
Yeah.
He overlooks their ignorance, okay, for a time. But he's going to stop that once he gives them the truth.
Okay.
When you go to them, Dave, and you say, hey, man, his name ain't the J, man. His name is Yahusha, which means I am your deliverer, Yah, your deliverer. And J, man, is a Greek name.
Yep.
That means you're even pronouncing it wrong. It's pronounced Zeus.
Mm-hmm.
And you're hailing Zeus, okay?
Yep.
And you tell them all about this, and they look at you, say, "Oh, he doesn't care what you call him. He's not. He says he's not a small god. He'll answer to anything." No, he doesn't. The devil does.
Right.
The devil will answer to any name. See what I'm saying? What are they doing? They just heard the truth, and they're rejecting you. But Scripture says they're not rejecting you at all, Dave. They're rejecting Yahuwah, the truth, and they're in big trouble. And if they don't believe it, show them 2 Thessalonians. We just read it. Go ahead.
And there is only one name under the Shamayim and among men by which men need to call on to be delivered. Acts 4:12.
Yeah, so you best know that one name. Go ahead, Phil.
When I was a police officer in Marshall, scoundrels, they respond to many names. So it just made me think of that when you said that, Mark, because it's true. The scoundrels of the world, dude, bozo, there's some other expletives, but they revel in those names. So that's why Hashatan does the same thing, or that's why they do the same thing.
That's right. Go ahead, Ted.
I just wanted to add for Dave, if they say, hey, he knows my heart, you can say, well, yeah, he certainly does know our hearts, but show him Jeremiah 17:9, which tells you the heart is wicked and sick above all. Above all.
That's like in relationships, people will tell you, follow your heart. And almost all those, they end up in disaster, as we all remember, right?
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, he certainly does know our hearts, but this is what he says about that.
Probably one of the biggest things that they're going to come back with is that they've seen miracles happen in the name of the J-Man in their circuses, okay? And what we need to understand on that is, yeah, that's true. But he is not responding to them calling him the J-Man, okay? He's responding to their ignorance and not knowing his true name. But Scripture says that he placed his word and his name above all. And so in sequence to what it's saying, then his word must be even above his name, because it says his word and his name. So when they act in accordance to the word, then they're going to receive the same benefits as they would if they were calling on his true name. Okay. And here's the thing, because I've seen this happen as well. But the one thing that I noticed is that when a miracle takes place to people inside the circuses, generally they began shouting, raising their hands and shouting hallelujah. And so at doing this, what are they doing? Unknowingly calling on his true name. Praise Yah. Okay. And he responds to the pronunciation of his name, just as any of us would. If someone screamed your name, you would turn and look. It would get your attention. And so that is some of the reasons why. Also, you have to realize that his people are still trapped in them circuses. Okay. We all come out of them circuses. We were in there at one time, and he knows who his sheep are. And he leaves them in there until he feels like calling them out. And so he can respond in love and compassion just on his people that are in there. They don't even know that they're his people because he hasn't called them out yet. Go ahead, Dave. We can't hear you, brother.
When I go to the church, and they even have these songs that sing hallelujah, it's still spelled with a J. So I'm starting to bring up, why don't you call him Jesus instead of Jesus? You know what I mean? Like, I'll even bring that up, like, just to sort of like stop them in their tracks, like to get them to think. It's like taking them off the road, because I go to this Christian coffee shop all the time, and I wear shirts, that'll say Yasha or Yeshua. It's like stuff to, Yeshua, and like to open up conversations. And that's something that I'm starting to pick out. So I've been taking notes as like my, I don't know, I'm taking this real seriously because, like you were saying, it's like, how do we disciple to people that don't want to hear? But it's almost like raising these questions on what they're doing. Because, like, I think it's better to be a churchgoer than be a non-goer. But at least if they're there, okay, now that you're here, let me help you understand what I'm learning, and that kind of thing. Just like you guys with your open arms, me coming into here and answering my questions. It's just fascinating. And I wonder because, I call my father, I don't call him by the wrong name. You know what I mean? God bless his soul. But, like, you know what I mean? Things like that. So I just think it's important. And I just wondered what he thought, because he says, you're calling me by this. I go by this name, like the verses you were picking out. But yet everybody's worshiping, whether you look at the spelling, in Greek, the pig or the horse. And I think you were saying that before, right? Or like different things like that. And I just find it, what a interesting, evil, tricky way for the devil to force people in this, giving up their souls. It's sad. So anyway, thank you.
Yeah, he uses that letter J. That's a big tool. So when they spell hallelujah, they like to replace the Y with a J.
Yep.
Further to deceive, right? That J gets you thinking of the J man. That's why they do that. But yet when they pronounce it, they don't say hallelujah. That's what it should say. Hallelujah. Yep. They don't say that. You show them the word with the J in it and say, pronounce that. And they'll say hallelujah. It's hallelujah.
Yep.
Oh, it's hallelujah.
And I always raise the Y in sign language, and people are like, why are you doing that? And then it gives me an opportunity to explain to them, you're using the wrong letter. It's just opening up conversation. But thank you. That's awesome.
So even though they're deceiving with the J, Yahuwah's not going to have anything to do with that. He's still going to pronounce his name, hallelujah. And he even hides the J man by calling him the J man instead of what it really should sound like is Jesus.
Yep.
Okay. But they changed the sound of the name, so they don't even say it right, just to conceal it even more. Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, and he's kept his name hidden for a long time. He did it on purpose, and he's only revealing his name to those whom Yahushua chooses to reveal the name of the Father. So therefore, the seed is planted, and it may take a while for it to manifest itself. I know I heard the name Yahuwah and Yahusha, and I knew something was wrong with the J man from the beginning. Way back when I was little, I wasn't sure what it was, but I never linked with all the weeping and all this pageantry about the J man. However, what Dave said about the churches, it is true that a lot of church-going folks are really nice people. So there is a purpose for it, but then it's, you're being called out of Babylon, because that's the Babylonian church basically, and therefore we continue to, and they watch us and watch what we do and see that we're set apart in different ways than they are, and they either are drawn to accept that set apartness or they're not. So Yahuwah is a set apart spirit. He only reveals to those whom his son chooses to reveal his name, and there's nothing we can do about it. All we do is plant the seeds where we're told to, and we're done. And Yahuwah told me, Yahusha told me, not verbally, but in my mind, don't let it steal your joy. That's my business. And I have great empathy for the Father and his Son because of all the things they've done, and are stiff-necked, stiff-lipped humans, if you want to call them, will still not accept it. So when I get into the carbon copy world, there's a lot of sadness. However, he told me to stay out of that realm because that's not my business. So my business is to do what he tells me to do and walk away, shake the dust off my sandals, and move forward. So
I'm glad you brought that up, Phil. So I got a question. Is that then, knowing his name, is that a secret or is that privileged information? Which one would you say it is? A secret?
Definitely privileged favor. He grants on those who he wants to show favor. Just like the thief on the stake, I'll show you favor. He didn't earn that favor. That was a perfect example of I'll choose who I want to choose. And what are you going to do? And, at the end, I think, one part of scripture, and I can't tell you where it is, but I am the Alpha and Omega. I'll do what I want. At the end, what are you going to, he basically says, what are you going to do about it, Job? What are you going to do? You're either going to submit or there's nothing you can do. You can't call upon anybody else. So stand up like a man and instruct me what you're going to do about my decisions and the things that I make. I love that because it's absolute. It's the only thing that we can rely on. We don't have to rely on wishy-washiness or this, because in the end, he will stand up for each and every one of us without any doubt. And that's our blessed hope. And that's what's cool about Yahuwah and his son. They don't take any you-know-what. And that's what I love about him.
Right. Tad, go ahead.
I just wanted to add to what Brother Phil was saying there. The people that he has chosen or not chosen, just remember all that was done before the foundations of the world.
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
This is sort of like I was exploring Calvinism years ago when I first looked into this, and I know that and I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that it's almost like we're the people that we're going to interact with, he's chosen already, and we're his tool to open up the door. Is that what you're saying? With that thumbs up? Okay, cool. So it's okay. Gotcha. Understood. Thanks.
We are his many shepherds that look for the lost sheep, like Mark is always saying. And we have to be ready because every situation the sheep is in is going to be different. But the message is the same. First out of love and caring. But I never, like when a couple weeks ago this happened, but I never take credit for any of it. I said, this favor is not from me. It's from the Father. My wretched soul wouldn't give you a dime or wouldn't help you at all. It's directly from the Father. It's what I've been instructed to do.
Awesome.
And I don't like to tell people about it because I'm not trying to say I've done anything. I haven't done diddly. I mean, I'm darn lucky. I'll be lucky if I'm not thrown into the lake of fire. That's the way I think. And I just, you got to address him with humbleness. There's so much joy. It's the only thing I think about more and more. I don't care about anything else. So obviously we have to operate in this world, but nevertheless, because that's what he wants us to do. If we don't occupy, we're not taken we're not taken seriously if we're not doing things we're supposed to be doing. If we're hiding in some hill with 10,000 cans of food and a fire starter, what good are we? We're no good at all. We're no different than a worm under a rock. So you want to be in the middle. And I've always thrived in the middle of this, just complete anarchy. Nothing has ever touched me. And Mark's shared this too before, and it's because that's where we're supposed to be.
Awesome.
Instead of building all the pagans are building these underground bunkers to hide, even though most everything's going to be broken up by earthquakes. I don't know what they're thinking.
It is.
Oh, they're going to be their tomb. So, and I hope it isn't. But, it's just, if that's the sign right there, they don't trust him and don't know his name and don't know who he is. And they just rage because their money it's not going to help them. It's not going to help them. So,
yeah. Thanks.
What do y'all think of this statement? I had an uncle who was a preacher, and his son hired people to fake being crippled, and he faked healing them for money. Father of lies. What do you think of that?
Well, you know what? On that note, I'm sorry. If I can respond. When I first went to this Baptist church that I played bass at, there was a couple that was in there with me, and he had really bad arthritis. And this actually with another woman that lives in my apartment complex, we were talking because she's Pentecostal also. But they went to a Pentecostal church, and they honestly feel that the Ruach Kodesh healed them. And that's where I don't want to belittle anyone, because I don't understand the power of Yahusha because it's so huge. You know what I mean? And it's almost like how you were saying, like now I have a responsibility because I know his real name. You know what I mean? And I'm glad I have that because I get to be closer to him. Like, I'll be honest, like I told you when I was immersed, I feel absolutely different. And this isn't to be accepted. This isn't like whatever. It's an actual difference. It's fascinating. But it's like, I just question, and I mean, I hate the people that fake it and ruin it for everybody else, but it's almost like that's blasphemy, to where maybe things like that can actually happen because, again, we don't understand the power of, his spirit and everything like that. That's what I thought.
Yeah, I mean, if the devil's going to do some wonders, miracles through falsehood, then the children of darkness going to cooperate with him and help him out, aren't they?
That's a good point. That's a great. I didn't even think about that. That's awesome. I didn't even think about that.
Go ahead, Phil.
Well, and he's allowed to go to the Father and ask for power because, I mean, if he doesn't do a few things that come true, he's not ever going to be believed. So it's all part of the deception. It's all marketing. Everything is marketing. Yep. Martial artists do it. They'll have some story about some guy that attacked them and they did this and this, and come to find out it was all staged. Yeah, and if they're caught, they say, well, we were just trying to show you a realistic situation where these techniques work. So you can morally, change the story any way you want. And I'm trying to help a lot of people, this whole thing. So there's a lot of deception. So,
that's true.
So there's nothing new for sure. It's been going on forever. So look at the COVID thing.
Yeah.
Give me a break, man.
I'm so glad I didn't have to. Yeah. Awesome.
Anybody else? Got any questions or comments or thoughts? Go ahead, Ike.
I would just want to add on to what Phil was saying. Once we learn that it is just a simple, stress-free life, who can stand against us? So.
And I look like I'm crazy because I'm always laughing. I just I'm so full and just I'm a giddy bride.
That's so beautiful. That's
And I caught a woman the other day in the grocery store, and she was just kind of standing there, and I'm like, Abba, let her look at me. And then as I was walking out the door, I talked to her for a few minutes, got in line, and then I turned around and I said, bye, sister. And she said, bye. I mean, joy. It's joy.
And it's such a beautiful joy that there is no reason, there is no catch. And I think that's what people don't understand, because they're chasing after these unknown promises of nothing. And they're like, hey, wait a minute, what's the catch? And it's like, there is no catch. How can it be that easy? It really is. And the 10 Commandments really aren't that difficult to follow. It's if you read the actual ones. Anyway, go on. Sorry. I'm not calm.
Hey, Tad, just off the subject, you got a beard face. You should grow your beard out.
Well, and that's why drugs and perversion and all that is all so popular, because they're looking for joy, man.
Yep.
In the world, and they can't find it. And they just burn. I just laugh all the time, and I can see why Yahuwah laughs, because it's just unbelievable. And he's the key, and it's just so sad. And of course, there's a lot of heartache and a lot of and why does Yahuwah let this go on? Why does he let that go on? Well, I tell people he can redeem them anytime he wants. Remember the thief on the stake. So they may pass, they may go through this life, but they may be redeemed. Like Marcus said before, I mean, you don't know, and it's none of my business, to be quite honest with you. Again, it will steal my joy, because when you go into the realm of things that aren't your business, Yahuwah will not allow you to do that, because you've been told not to. So anyway, you just think of all the things that are abused and all that. They're all looking for joy and healing. They don't know where to find it. So it's stealing everything, the big house. And I'm not begrudging anybody of nice material things. We all have them. It's not what the point is. But when you talk to somebody like that, they immediately say, well, you're just jealous because I have this. No, but that's what they're focused on. So that's why it's very hard for a rich individual to enter the realm, because they're just too occupied with what's going on down here. So definitely.
Well, it's actually like, I think it's dopamine addiction. And I think that, like, I was doing a lot of research on that. Like, I don't tell a lot of people. I had a traumatic brain injury when I was a kid, but you can't tell right now, because I was a genius before, and I wanted to realize how everything worked. And it's fascinating that when people get away from things, how the body will fool them into making them think they're miserable. Like, just to get, and it could be anything like alcohol, or it could be, pornography, or it could be, attention or whatever. And it's fascinating how Satan has rigged the mind to just keep netting people into things, because when they get away from it, the reality is telling them they need to go back. And it's like taking a step aside and just asking our Father to just, take it and say, hey, I'm going to do 100%, because that's what he wants, and not like 90%, not 50%, because that's what he doesn't want. And I've learned personally, it's fascinating. Like I told you, like how much I'm retaining this stuff. It blows, like even coming across this, you guys having this to do on my Sabbath day, and my job letting me take time off to do this until I fill out a form. It's just fascinating when you let him lead the way, and just getting through those weeds. And what is it, the weeds and the turfs, or I'm trying to think of the
tares.
Tares.
Yeah.
So anyway, but all right, love y'all, seriously.
That's why I gave up my I mean, I'm not saying I'm better or worse than anybody else, but I had to give up my smartphone, because the things I was seeing on the screen were affecting my brain in a way that I was always in a state of distraction, always in a state of being pulled away from the word, without even trying, without even knowingly doing so. So I totally get where you're coming from on that. And our brains are made of pure chemistry, and everything we observe affects that chemistry in our brains, and even the smallest things, that we don't even think about, it's like when you go look at pretty flowers, right?
Yep.
It triggers a response in your brain, like, oh, wow, those are really pretty, really nice. I mean, it's everything. So that's why I've been really trying to separate myself from technology. This is about the only thing that I do besides YouTube. I use YouTube on my smart TV,
right?
To read, get my scriptural studies and things of that nature. But so you have to be very careful. So I mean, that's the world that we live in. It's like really tough right now. It's like a literal war, taking place that people are totally unaware of, really. But
yep, absolutely. And it's crazy because I'm a tech expert and I'm trying to unplug as much as possible. I'm very blessed to have my job, because subconsciously it's weird when you let go. I can figure all this crazy stuff out, and I couldn't even tell you how I do it. But it's the way Yahuwah put my life in order. It was so funny because when my father passed like 4 years ago, or I lost track of time, I said, okay, I'm going to prove you right or wrong. And I literally just started researching. And it was like, as I was researching and giving my life, he just started putting things in place. And this job, because I'm really good at it, but I'll be honest with you, I'm really trying to unplug as much. Like you said, it's distractions, and it's just, because our brains will it'll trigger something, and next thing you know, that program's going on. But it's almost like the movie The Matrix that came out in 1999, right? And which is crazy. It was 25 years ago. That's it to a T. And it's so my time off, I take walks. I'll listen to Lou's stuff, or I'll listen. I've listened to like your stuff. Just doing it. But it's fascinating when you let him have your full attention. It's crazy how awesome it is, and it's like I'm living proof of that. Just amazing. I mean, you all are, and I have nothing but love. It's awesome. So appreciate it.
Yeah, it's very strange when I like to go. I recently started, I don't know, within the last 5 years, me and my buddy, we went and climbed a mountain. So now we're planning our next mountain and this and that and the other. But when you're out there in the woods in the middle of nowhere and you're away from all this stuff, you start to come back down to reality. You know what I mean? And like take in reality more than, and this world's just so full of illusion that's, and, it's just very tough. It's very difficult for people. It's a very tough time. But like you said, is try to limit the distractions. And, every time I put my face in the word, I seem to just feel better. You know what I mean? There's just a natural healing to it. I don't know, how to explain it, but that's the way I feel. It's like a refresh for me, so I really look forward to these Shabbats, because to be around like-minded people and to read and together and ask questions together and have these sorts of discussions together, it's good for us to have that up here,
Yeah. And if anybody wants my number, to talk about, this is all I do. I literally work and I study this, and I mean, I still do gigs every once in a while, but it's awesome. So anyway, cool.
Okay. Anybody, Dave, if you'd like to give people your phone number, if somebody would like it, you can always put it up in the private chat.
Okay, that was the question.
Put that in private chat. I wouldn't put it out there.
Yeah, because YouTube, I'm like, oh, great. Anyway.
But, on the private chat, people can pick that up.
How do we do the private chat?
You see it over there next to the chat room? Can you see the chat room?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, join the
It says comments, banners, brand, private chat.
I'm on the app right now, the chat app. So it says join the chat. It says connect to YouTube. Should I do that?
No. It's I don't know where it's at. I can't tell you because you're on cell phone, so I'm not sure.
That's cool. And if anybody wants to look me up, it's just Dave at davystead.com. You can just email me, and I'll get
All right.
Yeah.
You might as well put that in the chat room if you can.
Yeah.
You already said it, so.
Awesome.
Okay, listen, let's get back on track here. Any questions or comments or thoughts on verse 15?
We're back on chapter 10, right?
Yeah. Luke 10.
Oh, yeah.
I meant 16, verse 16. If not, let's continue on, Ted.
Okay. And the 70 returned with joy, saying, Master, even the demons are subject to us in your name. And he said to them, I saw Shaitan falling out of the heaven as lightning. See, I give you the authority to trample on serpents and scorpions and over all the power of the enemy, and none at all shall hurt you. But do not rejoice in this, that the Ruachs are subject to you, but rather rejoice because your names have been written in the Shamayim.
Okay, hold on. All right, so the 70 come back now, where we read in the beginning, where he sent them out 2 by 2, gave them those instructions. They came back, and they were very joyful, and they told the master that even the demons are subject to us in your name. And then all of a sudden, Yahusha says something off the cuff here. Let me let Ruwan. he says, "Welcome back, Raul." And so he says, to me, it's like off the cuff to me. He says, "I saw Shaitan falling out of the heaven as lightning." What's he talking about? Why would he say something like that in the response to them coming back and reporting to them that even the demons were subject to them in his name? I mean, it's off the cuff, isn't it? I mean, it's like he's his mind somewhere else. Go ahead, Ike.
Speculation, but they were probably like patting themselves on the back. Hey, I was able to do all this. And Yahushua was trying to show, hey, I took the number one out. So does that make sense? No.
No. Yeah, I don't think this was in response to their conversation. I think he went totally off script here because he comes back. So after he says that, then he comes back and says, "See, I give you the authority to trample on serpents and scorpions and all over the powers of the enemies, and none at all shall hurt you. But do not rejoice in this, that the Ruachs are subject to you." So he's back on subject now in context, "but rather rejoice because your names have been written in the Shemayim." So it kind of like he goes off conversation, changes conversation, and then comes back to in response to what they reported to him. You see what I'm saying? So what do you think he said that? What was on his mind for him to say something like that? I mean, this is a wild statement. "I saw Shaitan falling out of the heaven as lightning." Ted?
Well, I know that he is talking about the war in the Shamayim, that he's, referencing that.
Right.
It appears to be saying that, and we know that he brought a third with him. So it appears to be that he's saying, hey, these have all fallen, and these are who you're kicking out of these other people in my name. So I've given you the authority to do that to the enemy.
There's some good points there. What do you suppose when I saw Shaitan falling out of the heaven as lightning? Was that right there immediately at that very second? And that's why he said that? Did that distract him from the conversation? Or is he referencing a future event? Do you suppose? Ted?
Go ahead, Dave.
Oh, Dave, you got your hand up? Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, no. I think he was giving it as an example of how powerful his name is. You know what I mean? Like he saw, Yahuwah throw Satan out for going against him. You know what I mean? And I think he's like using that as an example of how powerful, and the power that they're going to have. I mean, they have the authority to heal. They have the authority that, and I think it's overwhelmingly even to acknowledge how incredible that is. That's what I got out of it.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, in other words, Satan's up there in front of in the spiritual realm in front of Yahuwah, and these 70 are casting out his army, his demons, in the name of Yahusha. And maybe Satan was up there complaining and going crazy because they were doing that, and so he got sick of hearing him and threw him out. And so maybe he is telling them that, I knew that was going on because I saw Satan get booted because he was up there complaining about it. That's a very good point. And this would be literal. You understand that? This would be literal. We see that literally. But I think this is going beyond the literal, or at least it has a spiritual insight attached to the literal. We could say it that way. Go ahead, Ted.
As far as I know, he's prophesying. He's telling something. Yeah, he's telling you of a future event here.
Yeah, it seems to be prophecy, doesn't it? It's like he's prophesying. But we got to remember that he uses the literal sometimes to prophesy. Joshua? Did you have your hand up, Joshua?
Yeah, sorry. So as lightning, what does that mean to you? Is he talking about as in instantaneously, or is he saying electricity? I mean, I just wondered why he would use that term.
I think he's light. He is a Malachim. You know, he's a fallen Malachim, and he has got a body of light. So in the spiritual realm, which Yahusha could obviously see into, he saw him as like a lightning flash because he's got a body of light like all the Malachim do. If you read about when those angels came to the tomb, they were like a bright light when they saw them. And even, I think even Miriam, when Gabriel visited her and told her about being pregnant, that he was looked like a light. I mean, there's references of Malachim looking like light. Okay. Go ahead, Dave.
Oh no, I was gonna say, wasn't that in Bereshith or Genesis that it showed that he casted them down like a bolt of light when I'm going off memory. And I didn't know if it was like he was referring to what happened in the past, like how his power just got rid of him. You know
Okay.
what I mean? Yeah.
Can Satan, is he restricted to the earth yet? Is Satan restricted to this earth, this carbon copied world? No, he's not. He can go back and forth. He's the accuser of the brother. He ain't restricted yet. He's still got the ability, access to the throne. He goes up and stands at the throne and accuses you of being unworthy, Dave. He accuses his brethren. He hasn't been restricted yet. Go ahead, Joshua.
Oh, okay.
I also think it's interesting that it says as lightning, because doesn't Yahusha say the same thing about himself when he returns? He shall come as lightning from the east to the west.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so that's the sign of his second coming, isn't it? And so he'll be like
he's made of light. So
yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's what I say. He's the body of light. Yahusha is firstborn of all creation. Is the body of light. Okay, and so our bodies are going to be bodies of light, spiritual bodies in the eternal reign as well, because we're going to be like him, but we don't know exactly what we'll be, but we know we'll be like him, and so we can look at him and try to guess at it. So I would say that we'll have bodies of light, since we're going to be Yahusha's body in the eternal reign, that will be light, some type of body of light. It's very interesting that she refers to it as lightning. Yeah. So let's look at Revelations 12 real quick. I don't want to get way off track here into a tangent, but since we're on this, look at Revelations 12, 7 through 12. And it says, and there came to be fighting in the heaven. And Michael and his messengers fought against the dragon, and the dragon and his messengers fought. But they were not strong enough, nor was a place found for them in the heaven any longer. And the great dragon was thrown out. So here now he's cast out of the spirit realm. That serpent of old, called the devil and Shaitan, who leads all the world astray. He was thrown to the Eretz, into the carbon copied world, and his Malachim were thrown out with him. He just got the door slammed. He got booted out, and the door got slammed behind him. So at this particular point here now, Satan's restricted to the Eretz. He can no longer go up in front of Yahuwah. So when is this point? Did it already happen, or is it are we waiting for it to happen? Okay, so now it says, and I heard a loud voice saying in the heaven, now have come the deliverance and the power and the reign of our Yahuwah, and the authority of his Mashiach, for the accuser of our brothers, who accused them before our Yahuwah day and night, has been thrown down. And they overcame him because of the blood of the Lamb and because of the word of their witness, the Besorah. And they did not love their lives to the death. It goes on, because of this, rejoice, O Shemaim, and you who dwell in them. Woe to the Eretz in the sea, because the devil has come down to you, having great wrath, knowing that he has little time. He's mad now. He's denied access to the throne. So he's mad as a dickens. He's going to terrorize the Eretz. He's restricted to the Eretz at this point. Okay. And when the dragon saw that he had been thrown to the Eretz, he persecuted the Asha, which is Yisrael, who gave birth to the male child, which was Yahusha. And the Yasha was given 2 wings of a great eagle to fly into the wilderness to her place, where she is nourished for a time and times and half a time, which is 3.5 years from the presence of the serpent. So this gives us a huge clue of when the devil is restricted to the Eretz. It's the tribulation years. Yep. He gets thrown out, tribulation years start, which are the last 3.5 years of the 6,000 years allocated to mankind to rule over himself. You see that?
Wow.
Out of his mouth, the serpent spewed water like a river after the Asha, to cause her to be swept away by the river, which is, this is multitudes of people or nations with being pressured by the pressures of the world and false teachings. And the Eretz helped the Asha, and the Eretz opened its mouth and swallowed up the river, which the dragon had spewed out of his mouth. And the dragon was enraged with the Asha, Yisrael, and he went to fight with the remnant of her seed, the chosen, those guarding the commands of Yahuwah, the obedient ones, and possessing the witness of Yahushua HaMashiach, spreading the Besorah of Yahusha, which is the reign of Yahuwah, is coming near to you. Everybody see it? So this is when he gets restricted to the earth, is the tribulation years, and he goes nuts. He is madder than a hornet at this point. Go ahead, Dave.
Is that 3.5 years or 3,500 years?
3.5 years. Literal years for human years.
Yeah. Okay. I was thinking, wow. Okay. That's freaky, but true.
Okay. So this then would be back into Luke here. I saw Shaitan falling out of the heavens with lightning. It's the beginning of the tribulation years. Now it says, see, I give you authority to trample on serpents and scorpions and over all the power of the enemy, and none at all shall hurt you. What does that mean? What's a serpent and scorpions? Is that snakes and scorpions? Literally? Or is there something else?
Demons. I think it's demons.
Demons. Different. Is there different kinds of demons, Phil? Is this?
Oh, most definitely. Yes.
Okay. So is this any truth in this blue blood, red blood stuff? Is there actually a seed?
I don't know about that. I know people preach that the seed of Cain or
the serpent
seed. Yeah, the beguiling of Hyle in the garden instead of what we think it is. Yeah,
right. Is this referencing the blue bloods, or is that nonsense?
The Crips.
So Phil is right, spot on. These serpents and scorpions are demons. There's different kinds of demons. Okay, just like there's different kinds of Malachim. Does everybody know there's different kinds of Malachim? Go ahead, Tad.
I was just going to point out that verse 19, to trample on serpents and scorpions and over all the power of the enemy, and none at all shall hurt you, it kind of references one of Brother Ike and Sister Sharon's favorite verses that's in Ephesians 6:12, because we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against authorities, against the world rulers of the darkness of this age, against Ruach-like entities of wickedness in the heavenlies, which are demonic forces. He's given them that power over those.
Okay. So are
these
we
are
all in agreement?
spiritual. He's not talking about this.
What'd you say, Joshua?
I just said that it's this they're discussing is spiritual in nature, not physical. Correct?
Correct. That's what Yahushua's talking about. I mean, he's seeing Satan coming out of the heaven as lightning, and now he's talking about serpents and scorpions. His mind is definitely in the spiritual world right now. He ain't talking anything about literal right now. He's all spiritual right now. Go, Phil.
Yeah, we're off limits unless Yahoo allows our testing. We're completely off limits of them. They can't do a thing to us. So,
Yeah, why not? Why can't they do anything to us?
because of the Ruach Hakodesh, he's not going to allow any foreign entity to usurp his temple. So yeah, unless we fall away into debauchery in that times, which would definitely draw that negativity. There's no way they're terrified. They're terrified of the name. All you have to do is pronounce the name wherever you go, and they will flee. If they're in that area, they will flee. Yeah. Now, I know that we talked about a couple weeks ago about the jurisdiction when Yahushua said, "Don't go into this certain area in Israel, northern Israel, or somewhere where Hashtan had great provisional jurisdiction, and he said not to go there."
Yeah, Asia. Right,
Asia, and then that he's. I mean, it's cool because in reverse, he's teaching that. He's teaching obedience. I mean, obviously, he could devastate that area if he wanted to, but he's allowing that to happen so they can see the differences and they'll and be obedient and not get too high-minded in what their mission is. That he's told them to do certain things. Don't go out of your realm. Don't go thinking you're doing any of this, because you're not. You're merely a messenger. And if your obedience precedes my command, then Hashatan is allowed to do certain things to chastise you, kind of like Job,
kind of like the tribes.
Yep. I think deep down Job was too prideful about doing, and I be completely wrong, but doing all these sacrifices for his family members and everything. Well, they didn't do it. I don't know if they did it. I better do it for myself. Do it myself. And I think he just got a little too prideful. So who knows?
Yeah, who knows? I know that they can't touch unless Yahuwah allows it, and he's only going to allow it for not more than you can handle. But he will push you to the brink and chastising you for whatever purpose he has to do that. But he doesn't leave you. He still indwells you and protects your being and your shield for the day of redemption. But he will allow that flesh to be chastised, and disciplined for whatever his purposes are. Go ahead, Ike.
Do we still have the power to expel the demons and stuff like that out of other people?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Or the power to heal.
Yeah.
If you have the Ruach in you, yes. If you don't have the Ruach HaKodesh in you, you're not his, and you better leave them demons alone. Or they'll beat you to pieces. They'll beat you up, tear you to pieces. Matter of fact, they might even come in there and possess you, from the inside. So you got to be careful. Best not to try to talk to them either.
Yeah.
Even though you know that they can't hurt you, you don't want to have a conversation with them either, because now all of a sudden you're opening up to their influence.
Yeah.
And you got to be careful.
Yeah. What was that scripture where some of the disciples went up to try to expel some spirits and he beat them up and they got running out naked? What was that scripture? Do you remember?
That's an Acts.
Okay. Yeah.
That would be Acts 19. It's in Acts 19, verse 11 through 16.
And weren't they misusing Yahuwah's name when they weren't weren't given that jurisdiction to do so or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, we can all go there. Go to Acts 19, verse 11. Go ahead and read that, Ike. It's on page 1012.
I got it.
Okay, verse 11 through 16.
Okay. And Elohim worked unusual miracles through the hands of Paul, so that even handkerchiefs or aprons were brought from his body to the sick. And the disease left him, and the wicked ruachs went out of them. But certain roving Yodi exorcists took it upon themselves to call the name of the master Yahuwah or Yahusha over those who had wicked ruachs, saying, "We exorcise you by Yahusha, whom Paul proclaims." And they were 7 sons of a certain, you might have to help me with the name, Sukkah and Yodai, chief priest, who were doing this. And the wicked ruach answering said, "Yahuwah I know, and Paul I know, but who are you?" And the man in whom the wicked ruach was leaped on then overpowered them and prevailed against them, so that they fled out of the house naked and wounded.
Okay, so there we go. So we find out that wasn't Paul doing anything. It was the Ruach in Paul working these miracles through Paul's hands. Never the man doing it, ever. It's always the Ruach. Man can't do nothing by himself, period. It's always the Ruach. Give all esteem to Yahuwah. Go ahead, Phil.
Just think the power of that name. Even though someone can't use it, it still has that power. That's awesome.
Yeah, the power is not in the name itself. Okay, it's because when you use the name, okay, if you have the Ruach HaKodesh in you and you use the true name Yahusha, what you're doing is you're proclaiming who is speaking. You see that? If you don't have the Ruach HaKodesh in you and you say Yahusha, it has no power because it's not Yahusha speaking. It's you speak. You don't have the Ruach. And so the demon's saying, oh, he's saying the name, but the Ruach's not in him. Let's go beat the crap out of that guy. And they did. But Paul had the Ruach in him. So when Paul said something in the name of Yahusha, it was the Ruach in him speaking and doing the miracle. He's in the name of Yahusha of Nazareth. What was really going on is he's saying, this is Yahusha speaking. Get out of him, demon. And they would flee. You see the difference? Big difference, man. Not everybody can proclaim a miracle or something to happen in the name of Yahusha if they don't have the Ruach in them. That's just man speaking. They're trying to usurp Yahuwah's name. It's what they're doing. There's no power behind it. But if they have the Ruach, it's not the man doing it or saying it. It's the Ruach in them, and he's letting the disease or the demons or whatever know this is Yahuwah talking. I'm in this person. Get out of them. And they're gone. Everybody seeing that? It's never the man. Don't ever give credit to a man, whether they're using his and throwing his name around liberally or not. Okay. So here we can see that these sons of these priests tried it, and to no avail. Okay, they were beat up, stripped naked, and beat up, wounded. Go ahead, Phil.
Kind of in the same realm of Aaron's sons going into the Holy of Holies and losing their lives because they were in there monkeying around offering strange worship to the Father.
That's correct. They weren't doing what Yahuwah told them to do. They decided to do it the way they thought was a better way of worshiping him. And he said, your way's not better than mine. Boom, he killed them. And Aaron just didn't say a word. He knew better to say a word. He remained silent. Okay, everybody on board with that now? So to say that there's power in the name is a true statement if the person that's trying to wield that power has the Ruach in him. Okay? You just can't usurp his power in his name if you don't have the Ruach in you. Because he's not going to work anything through your hands. How can he if he's not dwelling you? It's the man doing it at that point. And we just witnessed what happened to a man that tries to usurp who has power in his name. They get tore up. Okay, any questions or thoughts or comments on that? I know there's a big misunderstanding out there about that. We all on board with that?
Yeah, and there's a lot of T-shirts, a lot of self-help things that can say that we can usurp these demons in our lives, not necessarily a spiritual demon, but we men. So there's a big push of that, big time, to once again deny the Father's power and have a form of godliness, but it's our own. It's the lie of Hashatan.
That's right. Man can't do anything on his own. Now, there is an exception to this rule. Okay? And what is it? Who knows what it is when you can call on the name of Yahusha and something happens and you don't have the Ruach in you just by calling on that name. When? When does that happen? Phil?
It'd be for your salvation.
Yeah. At your salvation. At your when you call upon the name of the one name given to man, where you must be delivered. Okay. That's the only time you can call on that name, is asking for forgiveness and deliverance, right? And then that name allows the power for the blood of Yahusha to wash away your sins or blot out your sins. And then you ask for the immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh. How do you get immersed in the Ruach HaKodesh? Can you go down to the church on the corner and get the preacher to immerse you in the Ruach HaKodesh? Can you dial up Mark August or Blue White and tell him to give you the Ruach HaKodesh?
You got to seek Yahweh. You got to seek Yahuwah. Only Yahuwah can give the Ruach HaKodesh. So one must seek Yahuwah in prayer, supplication, intercession.
That's right.
Filled with the Ruach HaKodesh.
Right. So Yahushua is the only one that can immerse you in the Ruach HaKodesh. He's the only one that can do it. All right. Any questions at this point? Does everybody agree then that serpents and scorpions are just different types of demons? Everybody agree with that? Okay, then since we're all in agreement to that, turn to Mark 16. Go to Mark 16. I still don't see your friend in there, Phil, in backstage. I don't know. Maybe he's having a problem or something. I've been watching for him, but he hasn't showed up. So go to Mark 16, 17, which would be on page 1093, 1093. And it says, and these signs shall accompany the ones who believe. In my name, they shall cast out demons. They shall speak with renewed tongues or new tongues. They shall take away serpents. And if they drink any deadly poison, it shall by no means hurt them. And they shall lay hands on the sick and they shall get well. So knowing that what we just was talking about, can anybody properly interpret this passage for us? So let's take it one by one, step by step. He's saying that these signs shall accompany the ones who believe, which is another name for miracles. And number 1, in my name they shall cast out demons. What's that mean? Tad?
Wrong button. It means that as long as they have called upon my name and have my Ruach in them and use my name, that it has the authority, that then I will basically act through them.
Right. Same as we just found out with the 70 came back and reported. Well, they were joyous that even the demons listened to them in his name. They're subject to him. They had to listen to them in his name. Right? So same thing here. And they shall speak with new tongues. What's that mean? This is one of the spiritual gifts. So be careful. Anybody want to take a stab at that one? I know everybody's scared of that one.
Is it?
Go ahead, Ike.
Go ahead, say it.
No, the Ruach. No?
It's all the Ruach.
Yeah.
It's all the Ruach doing this. It's never the man.
Yeah.
The Ruach does all these. That's why they call them spiritual gifts. It's the spirit doing them, not the man. Raul?
They will understand different languages.
Mm-hmm.
That's interpretation of tongues. That's a different gift. Here, and they speak with new tongues. Dave?
Like they'll speak in a way to where it'll be understood by whoever, is listening. So like, if you're English, you'll hear it in English. If you'll hear it in Italian, or what I mean, depending on who you are. But the person speaking it itself is speaking the Ruach Kodesh's, like it's being almost translated for them, like automatically or something like that.
Well, Scripture says you need to have interpretation of tongues in order to understand tongues.
Oh.
Somebody has to interpret. So they can't be hearing it. They're speaking a different language. And what the Scripture interprets that as is utterance of a language of a man or the utterance of a language of a malachim. You could be speaking in a language of the angels. Go ahead, Tad.
This is just my opinion, but I believe that speak with renewed tongues is the same thing as speaking with a pure lip. They will be speaking Iberith, his language that he created.
Anybody else? Raul?
They will be speaking his word, his Besora, they will know how to relate to other people his way.
Mm-hmm.
His teachings, they will know how to communicate, get to certain people his teachings. Really, he'd be talking through them. They'd be the vessel, and he'd be talking to them.
Ted.
I think what Brother Raul was saying is they'd be speaking pure truth. They now have pure truth in them because of the Ruach.
Phil?
They'll be speaking through the Spirit. So the individual the lost sheep that you're speaking to will understand. It's like the other day when I said Yahusha's name, then his whole body changed. I said Father Yahuwah, but then when I said through Yahusha, I could just, his whole body changed. I mean, I could see it. So it's definitely speaking through the Spirit. And as Dave said, as others have said, I think it's the language interpreted by the individual. So that tongue is how you deliver the good news of Yahuwah and Yahusha. I don't think it's a foreign thing at all, but I mean, it's my opinion. But in the Spirit, that's what I think Yahusha is telling me.
Okay, let's everybody turn over to 1 Corinthians. Let's go to 1 Corinthians chapter 12, page 1120. Go ahead, Raul.
Could it be that they're relating the renewed covenant?
I mean, the message could be anything. It doesn't really say what the message is. It just says that they're speaking in tongues. Okay. So let me show you a couple verses here, and then we're going to come back to this. So chapter 12, it starts talking about the gifts. And the gifts are by the Ruach HaKodesh, okay? And these different kinds of gifts, but the same Ruach. So that all these gifts are performed by the Ruach HaKodesh, okay? And so it starts naming them off, and it talks about belief, it talks about wisdom through the Ruach, knowledge, belief, healing, gift of healing, all by the same Ruach, operation powers, meaning working of miracles through the same Ruach, to another prophecy, to another discerning of Ruachs, whether or not you're dealing with the spirit of truth or a spirit of delusion, and to another kinds of tongues, and to another interpretation of tongues. You see, these are two separate gifts. These are all spiritual gifts performed by the Ruach HaKodesh. So be very careful. You don't want to blaspheme the works of the Ruach. Okay? So you see that this then that Mark is talking about is one of the spiritual gifts. So then we look over at Corinthians 14, a couple of chapters over, and look at verse 18. Paul himself says, I thank my Yahuwah I speak with tongues more than you all. But in the assembly, I wish to speak 5 words with my understanding. That means plain in their language that everybody could understand. That I might instruct others also than 10,000 words in tongue, which meaning that this utterance of the Ruach is, you can't understand it. It's in a foreign language, and you can't get it unless somebody there, or even the one speaking in the tongues, has the ability to interpret what the Ruach is saying and interpret it so everybody understands. Because it's worthless if you speak in tongues and nobody understands you and you can't tell them what the Ruach just said, then you shouldn't do it. You should keep it private utterance, not out in public. You see that? And so then go over to Acts 2. That's proof, man, that he's speaking in a language that nobody can understand. It's clear. So go to Acts 2. I don't want to stay on this tangent real heavy here. But look at Acts 2:4. And they were all filled with the Ruach HaKodesh and began to speak with other tongues. That means other tongues would mean other than their native language, as the Ruach gave them to speak. So it was the Ruach speaking another language through them. This has nothing to do with hearing. It's talking about speaking. Okay. So I'm not going to go real deep into that, but there's a lot of different places through Acts where they received the Ruach HaKodesh and began to speak in tongues. And Peter even mentions that they did the same thing that happened to them when they received the Ruach. Okay. Let's see, looking, I think it's 19, Acts 19. Go to Acts 19, up here in verse 2. And having found some Talmudim, he said to them, did you receive the Ruach HaKodesh when you believed? And they said to him, no, we have not even heard that there is a Ruach HaKodesh. And he said to them, into what then were you immersed? And they said, into Yehukhanan's immersion. And Paul said, Yehukhanan had immersed with an immersion of repentance, saying to the people, somebody's echoing here. Raul. And to the Yehukhanan's immersion. And Paul said, Yehukhanan had immersed with the immersion of repentance, saying to the people that they should believe in the one who was coming after him, that is, in Mashiach Yahusha. And when they heard this, they were immersed. So they were re-immersed in the name of Yahusha, of Master Yahusha. And when Paul had laid hands on them, the Ruach HaKodesh came upon them, and they were speaking in tongues and prophesying. That's two different gifts, spiritual gifts. When they're speaking in tongues, along with interpretation, it's the exact same thing as prophesying. The same exact thing. But if they're speaking in tongues, which is another language, with no interpretation, that's a totally different gift. But with interpretation attached to it, where somebody can tell you what the Ruach just said in another language, that's the exact same thing as prophesying. Okay, so let's go back to Luke. I can give you like 10 different examples. I'm going to go back to Luke now, though, because I don't want to stay on this tangent. So back to Luke 10, where we're at. Mark, I'm sorry. Back to Mark 16, where we're at. And they shall speak with renewed tongues. It's speaking of this spiritual gift. The Ruach will be speaking through the chosen vessel with an unknown language. That's one of the signs that's going to accompany the ones who believe. Everybody get back there. It's on page 1093. Everybody back there? All right. So when it says, and these signs shall accompany the ones who believe, who are the ones who believe? So I'm going to skedaddle over here to Acts real quick. You can go there if you want to, or you don't have to. Let me see, that would be Acts 13, 48. Acts 13:48 says, and when the nations heard this, they were glad and praised the word of Yahuwah, and as many as had been appointed to everlasting life believed. They were appointed to everlasting life. Those are the ones who believed. When were they appointed to everlasting life? Before the foundations of the world. You've been recorded in the Lamb's Book of Life before he created anything. See that? Those are the ones who believe. It's the ones he chose before he created anything. You were appointed. Those who are appointed to everlasting life believed. And so these signs shall accompany the ones who believe, because they were appointed as his people before he created anything. It's nothing you're doing. Belief is a gift of Yahuwah. We just read it in the spiritual gifts in 1 Corinthians 12. That belief is a gift, along with prophecy and healing and tongues and interpretation and all that. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, I, for one, have never spoken tongues, so I don't know what that means for me. I know you don't get them all, but
yeah, you don't get them all.
I'm just saying.
You don't get them all.
No, I know.
It has nothing to do with salvation. Now, it's like everything else, like these fake guys going out hiring people, pretend like they're sick and they heal them. They ruin it for everybody. And people are scared to death of that stuff. Oh, that's crazy stuff, man. Them Pentecostals are nuts. But yet it is a spiritual gift, and there's people that have that gift. It's clear in scriptures. Unless you want to call scriptures a liar, go ahead. Raise your hand and tell me that scriptures is a liar. Go ahead. I dare you. We can't do that. We can't let these false teachers, these wolves in sheep clothing, distract us and confuse us and make us speak out against the Ruach HaKodesh spiritual gifts. We can't allow that. It's in Scripture. Paul said he does it more than anybody, and he's happy about it, that he has that gift. Okay? Have you received the gift of prophecy, healing, interpretation, any of that? Hopefully you've received the gift of belief. We don't get them all, and it doesn't have anything to do with your salvation. It's a gift that he'll give you after you have received his Ruach. It's a sign that you have the Ruach HaKodesh in you because you have these spiritual gifts, just like the spiritual fruits. That's also a sign that you have the Ruach HaKodesh indwelling you, because you can't learn them fruits or obtain them fruits or earn them fruits on your own. The only way that we can see your fruits as being good, okay, it's because you have the Ruach in you, and those are his fruits that we're seeing. Same thing. So the problem is these false teachers, especially the Pentecostal, are really bad about this. They say that you have to speak in tongues as evidence that you have the Ruach HaKodesh in you, that you have deliverance, you're being delivered. You have to do it in order to be delivered. And that's where they make their big mistake. You don't have to do that to be delivered. All you have to do is call on the name of Yahuwah and receive the Ruach, immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh. That's how you become delivered. And love is the greatest gift of all. It trumps them all. Love is the lesson. It's the completion of the Torah. Go ahead, Phil.
It's probably because of under the false pretenses of the name, because the Pentecostals do a lot of that speaking in tongues, and I've experienced that. And then, of course, the pastor did an interpretation, and I didn't know if it was real or it wasn't. You know what I mean? Right. So that's probably what it is. But he can pour his spirit on whoever he wants, as we've all said, know. So he may overlook the name in that individual for knowing that he is going to accept his name at a later date, right?
Yeah. What it is, okay, now listen closely what I'm about to say. What this is, you remember at Babylon when he confused the languages? Everybody spoke Hebrew up to Babylon, the Tower of Babylon. And then he confused their languages, and they all began to speak different languages, and they couldn't understand each other, right? It was chaos and confusion. And so what this gift does is it reverses that. It takes all those confused languages that Yahuwah cursed them with, and brings it all back into one language spoken by the Ruach HaKodesh through the interpretation. That's what this gift is about. And what it's pointing to is that in the reign of Yahuwah, we're all going to speak the pure lip. We're going to go back to that one language before the Tower of Babel happened. And that's what this gift is projecting, telling us. It's what it represents. And yes, there's a lot of false teachers out there that are pretending like they can speak in tongues so they get your money. Just like there's a lot of them false prophets out there that are pretending like they're healing people, a lot of wheelchairs and all this crazy stuff. They wave their arm and a bunch of people fall down like they're giving them the Ruach or something, right? And they're lying. They're just these people are falling for these tricks and giving them their money. And yes, there's people out there doing that with speaking in tongues and prophesying. Look at all the false prophecies, man. So many people out there telling you prophecies that don't come true. And so they're giving the gifts of the Ruach a bad rap. And people are scared. Ooh, tongues. Oh, no, that's devil stuff. You know, instead of saying, wait a minute, it's in scriptures, so they must be abusing it. They must be presenting it falsely and confusing people. It's in scripture, man. I can keep on and on. I can go all day long showing you that the tongues is in scripture. Joshua?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely believe in speaking in tongues and stuff, but there's also, I think that's been perverted as well. And there's a pagan deity named Dionysus, and he was the god of ritual madness and wine. And that's what they would do. They would just speak gibberish and get drunk and laugh and squirm on the ground and do all these outwardly crazy things. You know what I mean? They were just going overboard. And that's not I don't think that's what speaking in tongues is, you know, but that's what a lot of these churches do. And I think that's infiltrated this Dionysus worship type ritualism.
That's right. It's a bad rap, just like everything else. Go ahead, Phil.
So this has got to be really, really bad sin, for lack of a better way of saying it, doing masquerading around, pretending to have the gift, one of the gifts of the Ruach HaKodesh. I would think that because it's intentional, you know it, but then you pervert it for your own means. There's no innocence there, I don't think, at least by the perpetrator. Wow, that's scary as all get out.
It's scary, man, because you know what sin that's not for, you know what the unforgivable sin is? How many know what the unforgivable sin is? Phil?
Blaspheming the Ruach HaKodesh. It is the worst. It is the worst.
That's right. That's right. So if you're making fun of spiritual gifts, which are of the Ruach, those are his gifts. Those are his miracles, his works, not man's, but his. You're blaspheming him, man. So button that mouth up and be quiet. Way better off. If you think speaking in tongues, prophesying, healing people is the works of the devil, you better not say it, because you're going to violate the unforgivable sin. Better off just to be quiet if you don't understand the spiritual gifts. Okay, we can twist and turn them and try to make them not be what they are all we want to. But is that something we should do and speak out against? I wouldn't. I highly advise you not to do that. It's the Ruach doing that. Are you telling me the Ruach can't speak in the language of a messenger or in any language on this earth that he wants to out of anybody he wants? Are you telling me it's impossible for him to do that? And so that spiritual gift is a lie? If you're thinking that, you better not say it. At least I highly advise you not to say it. All right, let's go back to, it kind of irks me a little bit, but I'm going to get off of that. Let's go back into Mark 16. And we'll just say here then, this is the gift of speaking in tongues, that these believers will be a sign accompanying the ones who believe. They were appointed to believe before the foundations of the earth. These are his chosen people. This is his bride. This is Yisrael. The ones who believe are Yisrael. Okay, and then it says, they shall take away serpents. What does that mean? And they shall take away serpents. Ted?
Demons.
Demons. So
Wicked ruach.
The wicked ruachs. So they'll be able to, they'll listen to them. So you will see them make them go away. Stop influencing people. So they'll be able to cast the demons out if somebody's possessed by the demon, and they'll also be able to tell the demons to get away if they're in there causing havoc or confusion. So basically full control over demons. And if they drink any deadly poison, it shall by no means hurt them. What's that mean? Can you drinking cyanide or something and it won't hurt you? Go ahead, Ted.
Literally, deadly poison. It won't hurt them. Spiritually, it's wormwood. False teachings.
That's right. So it's a doctrine of demons, right? It won't be influenced by the falsehood, the lies, the deception, the delusion. The doctrine of the demons. Go ahead, Ike. We can't hear you, Ike.
Sorry. Just a quick question. Going back to the Pentecostals. Sharon and I went to a Pentecostal church a while back, and they were doing the tongues thing, flopping around, running up and down. And I didn't say anything, but I thought it was crazy, and I quit going. Is that blasphemy? Did I commit a sin there? Or I just want to make sure I'm all right. I didn't do something wrong.
No. You know, if you were attending their congregation and they were doing things in there just because they wanted to be recognized as a church member, but it really wasn't the Ruach doing it, it was them doing it. I mean, I've been to Pentecostal churches and they try to teach the people how to speak in tongues. I've seen them do that. Okay, this is how you do it. You got to just start talking and let the Ruach take over. And they try to influence them and teach them how to speak in tongues. Okay, if the Ruach's doing it, he doesn't need a man to teach him how to speak in tongues. He just speaks out of his chosen vessel. It just comes out. It's the Ruach doing it, not the man. So if they're in there doing that and they're teaching you how to speak in tongues, that's all falsehood, man.
Well,
that's
not, they weren't teaching me. They were just doing it.
Yeah, that's okay. Whether they were doing it out of the Ruach or they were just doing it out of themselves, then if you have the gift of discernment, you should be able to realize that. Yeah. You know, they're just doing this. You know what I mean?
I thought it was crazy, and I quit going. So I don't know.
Well, that's, I don't see where you sinned, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
You just felt uncomfortable with what they were doing and you left.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you blaspheme them? I mean, did you speak against the gift?
No, I said to myself, or maybe out loud, this is crazy. I'm out of here. You know.
All right. So you didn't really give the credit to spiritual gifts to Satan or to a demon, did you? No.
No.
And so it would have to have been the Ruach doing it, and then you giving the credit to Beelzebub or the devil or to a demon or something, and not to the Ruach. That's that's the blasphemy. That's the unforgivable sin. I don't see where you did anything there. You just left because you didn't understand it and you thought it was crazy, so you took off and got out of there. I don't see a sin there personally. Of course, I'm not the one that judges sin either. You know, right. I'm just saying that to help you out. I don't think that you did anything wrong. That's all I'm saying. I'm not judging sin. Go ahead, Joshua.
Nothing. I was going to say something. I think I'm just going to leave it alone.
Okay. All right. So there we go. Then there's drinking any deadly poison would be you won't be influenced by, if you hear falsehood being taught, that it won't influence you, because you'll be able to determine whether that it's false teaching, and so you won't believe it and follow it. Okay. Spiritually. So then the next one would be, then they shall lay hands on the sick and they shall get well. What's that? Tad?
Literally just what it says. It's possible that they can heal leprosy or whatever it might be. Spiritually, they're healing sin, because sin is a disease.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so physically they're healing some type of disease, and spiritually they're being healed by receiving the Ruach HaKodesh, right, through the washing with the water and blood and being immersed in the Ruach, right? Okay. And so this is also a gift, is it not? These are all gifts if you really think about it. What we just read, basically what Mark is saying here is that the ones who believe are going to possess the spiritual gifts because they have the Ruach HaKodesh in them. So you're going to see the spiritual gifts being performed through these people's hands of the Ruach. It's what he's really saying, isn't he? Yeah, that's what he's really saying here. That there will be some spiritual gifts on display by those who believe. And all of these can really be categorized underneath the spiritual gifts over in 1 Corinthians 12. So this passage in Mark here is saying that this passage is teaching us about the spiritual gifts that will accompany those who believe. Okay, speaking in tongues, power over demons, protection, healing, discernment. These are all gifts of the Ruach. Any questions, comments, or thoughts on this? Okay, let's get back over to where we were then in Luke. Luke 10. So people who make a religion or a doctrine out of spiritual gifts, that's iffy, man. That's shaky ground right there. So be careful. We talk about the Pentecostals and they're speaking in tongues, how they emphasize that and make a religion out of it. And they even go as far as saying you have to do it to be delivered, which is total nonsense. There's also ones out there that prophecy too, or healing or any of these other gifts. They base a lot of their doctrine and religion on them. I mean, there's nuts out there, man. They actually bring in a box of poisonous rattlesnakes and coral snakes and Mexicans and copperheads. And these guys walk up there and stick their hand down in that box and pick one of them snakes up. And if it doesn't bite them, it means they have the ruach. They put it back in the box. If they bite them, they're going to the hospital. And crazy people out there. They may have a doctor. That's their doctrine, man, to pick up snakes out of a box. They stick their hand in that box. I wouldn't do that. Not supposed to tempt Yahuwah, your maker. But they do. And they actually drink poison. Some of them drop dead. Get real sick. They're making doctrines of this stuff. And that's wrong. It's not what the spiritual gifts are all about, man. Go ahead, Joshua.
Isn't there an aspect of talking about these Pentecostal churches and snakes and handlers and everybody else? I'm echoing real bad.
Man, it must be the weather today.
And I just was thinking that, isn't there, I mean, that's just showing your ego right there. It's like showmanship, like you're trying to show that you're, set apart, false, but it's a false sense of set apartness. And I would be inclined to imagine that if someone is going to truly speak in a renewed tongue, that it's going to be for a purpose. It's not going to be just in a crowd of people and then everybody starts repeating this gibberish and for no reason. You know what I mean? It's just because it's going to be for a purpose. There's going to be meaning behind it. I don't know. I would say about 99% of the people who claim to speak in tongues don't actually speak in tongues, but that's just my opinion on that.
Yeah, I mean, you're spot on with that, Joshua. It's their ego. It's them trying to say, look at me, I got the ruach. Watch, I'll stick my hand in this box of snakes and pull it out, and I won't die. There's what they're saying by doing that is it's all me. It's me, this little fleshly man doing this. Okay, watch me. Watch me control these serpents, these snakes. What I mean? And so all the focus is on them as a man doing these things, and it's not. It's spiritual gifts, man, which means it's the ruach. Not them. It's never the man, no matter what.
Which requires humility and humbleness, right? You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's right. And so you don't have to prove that you can do anything because you can't. A man can't do nothing without Yahusha, without the ruach. Zero, zip. Nothing. It's all the ruach, all esteem to Yahuwah. Go ahead, Dave.
It's I've been attending about 4 different types of churches as I've been researching, and there's a Pentecostal that does this, and I noticed that people run around and they honestly believe they're doing something good. Is my sound weird? Okay, good. And I talked to the guy, and he has a really good heart. He really thinks he's doing it the right way, and I think they're just trained wrong. And I think that's part of what we're supposed to do is bring light to that, which is difficult to do to, an entire congregation and a preacher of that church himself. But I've talked to, I'm like, why do you guys do? Because I've questioned everybody. And it's just fascinating because he even encourages people to speak in tongues, like you were talking about, you know what I mean? And I wonder, we can look at that and say that's the wrong thing to do, but I think a lot of people don't know that that's the wrong thing to do because again, they're so babblified, by all the wrong teaching and stuff. And that's where, I'm finding it makes our job a little bit more involved, you know what I mean? To even open those doors. But this guy's a really, I actually try to go over there whenever I can just to listen to him when he gets into the word. I mean, I think it's a little bit, like I said, the endorphins, and he pushes a lot to encourage a reaction. but not like, say, another big church that I went to or go to where it's almost like the reaction is part of the show, to where this seems like a genuine thing. And the people, like the kids, like they're all into it, you know? And I just wonder if it's the Royal Hakodesh, or if it's just them thinking, you know what I mean? And then being played by Shaitan, like a lot of people are. But that's my input.
Well, sure. And just how a little bit of leaven sullies the whole loaf.
Yep.
I mean, a little bit of bad teaching sullies the whole church. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
it affects everybody involved. You know, and you're right. I mean, I'm definitely not saying these people are bad people by any means, anything like that. But it's just such a misleading. And also these places that do that, where they, like you said, try to emit a reaction out of people. Yeah. I think that's kind of bad, because it's like then the people themselves got their reward already, and now they don't have to go to their real lives and put to practice what they learned, because they got all their feel good feelings in the, you know, under the church roof, instead of, you know, in their lives and in their hearts, you know. And I don't know, maybe I'm wrong on that, you know, but
I agree. I absolutely agree. I feel bad for this small little church, the Pentecostal church, or they call themselves Christian. And it's just, I just watch them and I'm like, I can sense genuineness in people. I think that's a gift that I have. And the guy really is. It's just, you know, like even when he talks to the people at the end and like people that have problems, but I do think a lot of people don't, it's almost like they're afraid to open up, you know, to Yahusha. And they're going to take, okay, this feels a little bit good. And then they just take it and go extreme, you know? And I don't know. I just find it interesting because it's bad. I know we could talk against it because there's a lot of people that take advantage of it. But I think the people that are trying to do it, it's almost like they're almost condemned before they know it, because they're practicing these bad ceremonies in a way, you know, like by doing that. And it's almost like they don't know any better because that's all they're taught. And I'm just wondering what's a good way, you know, to spread this, you know. I don't know. That's my thing. But you're right. I agree with you.
A lot of what the Pentecostal that I was finding out is a power of the suggestion, as if you're doing goodness. Like when they called us up to the altar, and they would want us to fall backwards, and they put their hand on our head. And I said, Abba, if this is of you, of course I called him the other words back then. If this is of you, then let it be. Right. And that man, he kept trying. And the thing was, there was somebody behind me. So they had planned this thing, you know.
Oh.
You see what I'm saying? So if your mind is full with the word and you don't have them these speaking into your ear, then you ask Abba. Forget about that man. Forget about them people, because otherwise you're in a clique or a cult or whatever. So just that's what I do. I say, Abba, I don't know, you know. So that's how you know. And then give me the words, your word, out of your scriptures that will show me what to do. And that's me.
Awesome. Very good.
Anybody else? Okay, so yeah,
you're
that's
gargling pretty. You're gargling.
You're
pretty
real
good.
garbled again, Mark. Yeah.
Oh, did we lose him?
No, he has to. Whenever he starts garbling like that, he has to exit and then come back in.
Cool.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Like I say, I know we got off into a pretty deep tangent there, but let's get back on course here, you guys. Yes, everything you're saying is correct. And there's a lot of playing church out there, you know, and a lot of false doctrine that people are trying to live up to in order to be, you know, part of that different congregations. And they even immerse them into the congregation, to the church, which is really bizarre. Okay. So just be aware of the people are doing things that they shouldn't be doing. There is some real works of the Ruach being done out there as well, and we all should pray for discernment so we can know. But people have a hunger to find their maker and to have a relationship with him. And unfortunately, they run across these types of groups that have this heavy influence over their congregations. And so they brainwashed them to the point to where anybody new comes in there, they're all over them, trying to influence them to think like they think. And before you know it, maybe out of need or necessity or wanting to belong to the majority, which is a false sense of security, they start to do these things that the congregation's doing in order to fit in and be part of that group. And it's out there, and it's like Joshua said, it could be as high as only 99% of the things going on out there may be false, and so we know that the chosen Israel is a remnant compared to the majority. Okay. So, but on the other hand, we need to control our tongues, and we need to be very careful, man, because these are spiritual gifts, spiritual fruits that is being done by the Ruach HaKodesh through his chosen vessels. And we surely don't want to give credit for the Ruach HaKodesh's work to a man or to a demon or to the devil, because we just crossed the line. So it's best really to remain silent. I don't know if those people are doing that, speaking in tongues when they do that, or prophesying's easy, because if they prophesy, if it comes true, it was the Ruach, right? The gift of the Ruach. If it doesn't come true, it was just them blowing smoke, pretending like you had told them to say something. He says he's going to be against the prophets in the end times, because they're going to be saying Yahuwah said, or Yahuwah showed me, or Yahuwah told me to tell you, but Yahuwah never said a word to them about that. They're just saying that, and he's going to be against the prophets. And so it's kind of more easier to detect the false prophets than it is to the people speaking in tongues. So whether or not you look at it, man, is he just doing that, or is that the Ruach doing that? Best to stay neutral, really, in my opinion. Okay, let's get back to Luke 10, Ted.
Okay. I think we left off at verse 21. In that hour, Yahusha exulted in the Ruach and said, I praise you, Father, Master of the heaven and of the Eretz, that you have hidden these matters from clever and learned ones, and did reveal them to babes. Yea, Father, because thus it was well-pleasing in your sight. All has been delivered to me by my Father, and no one knows who the Son is except the Father, and who the Father is except the Son, and he to whom the Son wishes to reveal him.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so what does that mean when he said it? I think we left out 20. But do not rejoice in this, that the Ruachs are subject to you, but rather rejoice because your name. No, yeah, that's right. You read that. Okay, so anyway, the Master of Heaven and of the Eretz exalted in the Ruach and said, I praise you, Father, that you have hidden these matters from the clever and learned ones and did reveal them to babes. Yea, Father, because thus it was well pleasing in your sight. What does that mean? What's he talking about? Hidden them from the learned ones, and did not reveal, but revealed them to babes. What's that talking about?
Is he talking about like? Oh, go ahead, Raul. Sorry. That people of high society, who so-called learned people, educated people, people who think they know maybe more than they do. I don't know. But then it revealed it to the people who are humble and meek. I'm not sure.
Anybody else? Raul.
I thought he was meaning like he hid it from the Pharisees and from the Sadducees, from all the supposedly high learned ones, but he gave it to the common people like the Talmudim, the followers of Yahusha.
Yeah. So I'd say that you guys are right on that. Okay. So, yeah. So the ones that think they're all pious and righteous and religious and all this don't really understand. They haven't received the true value of the message of what Yahusha revealed. But the other ones did. The chosen, the ones who were appointed to believe, it was revealed to them by the Ruach. Okay, and so, and all has been delivered to me by my Father, and no one knows the Son except the Father, and who the Father is except the Son, and he to whom the Son wishes to reveal him. What's that mean? Anybody? Raul? Go ahead, Phil. Oh, we can't hear you, Raul. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Rahul. I'll wait.
We can't hear you.
Speaker's not working.
What I was trying to say was that, only Yahusha knew the Father because he is the Father, and that he would only reveal it to the ones that were chosen from the beginning, the chosen ones.
Yeah. Anybody else?
I was going to say the same thing.
Okay.
The Son chooses whom will know the Father. He's
Okay,
given
so-
him all gifts, all glory.
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
It's like he's the only way, because he's only knows the Father only knows him, and this is the way that you get to know the Father, through him, because there's no other way. There's no other, tradition or, ritual or whatever. This is the way to do it. That's what I thought.
Yeah, he says on here, no one knows who the Son is except the Father, and who the Father is except the Son, and he to whom the Son wishes to reveal. So again, is this a secret who the Son is, or is this privileged information? Which one?
Privilege.
So in that case, who is the Son? Raul?
The Son is Yahuwah in fleshly in his fleshly form.
Okay. Who's the Father?
Yahusha in the spirit form.
Okay. Why did the Son come? What's the purpose of the Son?
Redemption.
Huh? What did you say, Joshua?
Redemption.
Oh, redemption.
Yes.
So no one who knows who the Son is, and so he's the body of Yahuwah. He's the Lamb of Yahuwah that came to die and shed his blood. Except the Father. So the Father knows that the Son is the Lamb of Yahuwah. And who the Father is, except the Son, the Father is the Ruach HaKodesh. It's him. He's the Father in fleshly form, as Raul said. And he to whom the Son wishes to reveal him sounds like privileged information to me. Only those who believe will know this truth. What makes them stumble? What causes people to stumble on this Father and Son? Why do they think he's three deities, three beings? What's causing that?
They're thinking in the flesh. They don't have the Ruach.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's causing them to think that way? Raul?
They were not chosen. They're not written in the book of life. They were not chosen from the beginning. So
Yeah, they can't understand it, but I'm saying, what do you think the main thing is that and why they're not seeing the truth here? Ted?
They don't understand his dual nature.
Yeah.
They see him speaking to the Father, and so they think it's a separate entity. You know,
yeah, that's right.
It's because they don't understand the dual nature.
That's right. Go ahead, Raul.
also they haven't received the Ruach, and without the Ruach, they can't understand.
All right. Yeah. So what they're seeing here then is the Father and the Son is they would see a human. You know, the Father and the Son, those roles that Yahuwah plays is a stumbling block to them. So in their literal mind, they're seeing here's the dad, here's the son, right? And so how can he be the same? And so they're seeing it through those literal that mindset, and that's what causes their stumbling. They just can't understand that Yahuwah is playing all three roles. Is he, communicates and has relationship with mankind. So he plays all the roles, and he's everywhere at once all the time. He can do whatever he wants, right? So they're in a way denying his power, his magnificence. See what I'm saying? And so those roles, Father, the Son, and the Ruach HaKodesh, to them means separate. Means he's divided into three. That's where they stumble. So why do you suppose Yahuwah chose and delighted into calling his body son? Would that cause confusion? Why did it make him happy to call the Lamb of Yahuwah son? Why do you do that?
Because he was born of a human female?
Yeah, because he came from a human female. He didn't have to, did he? Yahuwah appeared many times in a fleshly body in the Tanakh, many times to many people. Okay, and so he could have done that. He could have just came in fleshly form and got executed, but he chose not to. He chose to come through the loins of a woman and be born to experience everything a human being experiences. And as a sign to those who were appointed to believe. That's why he chose to do it that way. And then since he was born through the loins of a woman, he decided to call his lamb son.
You talked about that last night on your...
We talked about that last night. And so then when we say son, sonship, son of Adam, son of Elohim. We always are speaking of the incarnation or the Lamb of Yahuwah. It always points to the incarnation, always. So we cannot properly say Yahusha, the Son. We can only say the Son of Elohim. Because if we say Yahusha, the Son, we're designating him as a separate being, as another person in a made-up God head, as Christians made him to be. And the real truth behind the God head, okay, it means he has 3 heads on one body, which means he's a 3-headed monster in their opinion. That's what that means. It points to Trinity, which means they're making him out to be a 3-headed monster. And if they want to go beyond that and sharply divide him, which you cannot sharply divide one, but they do, and somehow, instead of being a third, and a third, by sharply dividing one, they somehow, with mathematically error, come up with 3 deities, whole deities, which means there's 3 deities up there sitting on one elongated bench in perfect sync. When one turns his head this way, they all do. They all do the same exact thing, which makes no sense then if they all do one thing. So when Yahusha was down here walking around, was Yahuwah up there walking around? See what I mean? It's totally nonsense. Go ahead, Dave. Can't hear you, man.
It goes back to like the old the pagan religions, you know what I mean, with the like the 3 different things, like that. I know I was reading a lot like Lou's books and stuff about like how it was their way of like absolving, you know, the universal religion to cast them as a Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And it's like when you do that, the funniest thing too is you're actually doing an upside down cross. I've realized when you're doing the drawing, and I did that for so long. You know, when you go up, down, left, and right, it's just fascinating. But as there, I think it was I forget which religion it was, but as they were absolving religions, they were taking those customs in, and they were just saying, "Hey, we're just going to rename the people you worship. We're just going to put our names on it." And it's like you said, it's just the wrong way of doing it. So.
Right. When they were involved in syncretism, when they were beginning the universal religion of Catholicism, which is what Catholicism means, is universal.
Yep.
They brought in the 3 triune because there was a huge amount of people that believed that way, and so they could easily conquer them, conquer the heart of the people by making their newfound God 3,
right?
And so they could easily bring them into that Constantine's newfound religion.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can't believe I was doing the upside down cross drawing. I didn't realize that. Like, so all this time for all these decades, you know, the up, down, left, right. If you really think about it, I never ever thought of that, and I'm like, wow. And I even tried to tell a Catholic friend that, and he like went further down, and I'm like, nah, dude, we don't go all the way down to our belly button. You know what I mean? It's like you're just drawing that upside down cross, and I'm like, that's just crazy. So, anyway, fascinating.
Yeah. Anybody else? Any thoughts or comments on this one? So here's the God head. Can y'all see that? So here he is. He's got one body and 3 heads. This is who they worship. This is their 3-headed monster of sorts. Here's another version of it with the 3 heads. This is what when they say Godhead, this is what they're talking about. Right here. This picture right here, these upside down crosses right here, talking about that, Dave.
Yep.
This is called the Serpent Room. And you know where this is at? Very little people know this. This is in the Vatican. It's called the Serpent Room. Get a good look at that bad boy.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. All right. But that's your three-headed monster. Now, they do have some people here that are radical. Okay. These people are radical types that believe in the triune God. And these guys, they're not satisfied with him being a three-headed monster. They want him to be three individuals, three deities, three beings, individual, separate from each other. Okay. And so their God looks like this. This is actually IHS, which you've probably seen many times on the Vatican. These are Egyptian GODs. They're sitting on an elongated bench, and they all do the same exact thing. But here you can see that they're doing different postures, which is totally against their doctrine that they're in perfect sync. But yeah, here's the hardcore Trinitarians, God.
Isis, Horus, and Set. IHS.
Yeah, that's right. They're three Egyptian GODs. And you see that, I'll show you. I want you to look at this. This will open up your eyes here real quick. This is also in the Vatican. You see that? That's a mantras in the Vatican. Look at the initials, IHS, with the cross right there. You see, this is the sun. They're sun worshipers. And so they tell you, if you ask them, a priest, what that IHS is, he's going to say that's the J-man in Latin. You know, some kind of Christian gram or something indicating the J-man. But it doesn't. It actually points to what we just looked at, that three deity mantras there. That's what it really points to.
Yeah, a lot of people will say that's in his service, but it's Isis, Horus, and Set.
Right.
Unholy Trinity.
That's right.
But then they put the Trinity back on, so it's everything's in reversals with Hashatan. Does everything in opposites. So that's all you got to know. Further venerating the Father, which is hilarious. You know what I mean?
Right.
he's pointing to the Father in everything he does. So if you know the opposites, reverse speech. He's a master of reverse speech.
How many people here thinks that Satan wants you to worship a three-headed monster? Don't you think Satan wants you to do that? He absolutely wants you to do that. And
he wants you to worship any name and anything besides the one true name. As long as you're calling on somebody different than Yahuwah or Yahusha, you're worshiping him.
That's correct. Even the cross. He wants you to bow down to this cross like these poor people are doing. These misled people here. Look at them bowing down to the cross. This is in Lithuania. It's called the Hill of Crosses. It's over there. People go over there on vacation to see all these crosses every year. Look at all these. The Hill of Crosses. Look at that. Mind-blowing. They're worshiping this image. They bow down to this image called a cross.
Kruak Tammuz.
Yeah, look at that. See the starburst? That's showing you that this cross is an image of the sun, is what it is. That's sunbeam. You see all around them, you can see the sun on these crosses.
Which is Ishtar's son, right? Starts at the N.
Look at them. Look at the massive piles of crosses here. Look at that one. You can tell that that one right there is a sun for sure. Look at that. Can't hide that one. That's definitely the sun. So yeah, they want you to bow down to these. Satan does. This is an image. This is idolatry. All this is idolatry. They're bowing down to this image. Look at him. He's praying to him. He's not bowing down to him. He's praying to him. That's total worship of idolatry, of an image. Matter of fact, I'll go as far as saying this is the image of the beast in its literal form.
Wow.
Look at the sunbursts showing you that this is sun worship. It's an object of distraction. We want you to worship this image instead of concentrate on the true value, which would be what? The blood of the Lamb. Yahusha, and his spilling of the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh. Instead, bow down to the cross. Come to the cross. The cross will deliver you. Feel the power of the cross. See what I've done. The cross has done for you. The hill of crosses is creepy, man. It's creepy Satanism, paganism.
Yep.
It's creepy stuff, man. All right. That's enough of that. Okay, so back over here to Luke. Unless anybody got any questions or comments, thoughts? Okay, Ted, let's go back to it now.
And turning to his students, he said separately, "Blessed are the eyes that see what you see. For I say to you that many prophets and sovereigns have wished to see what you see and have not seen it, and to hear what you hear and have not heard it. And see, a certain one learned in the Torah stood up, trying him, and saying, 'Teacher, what shall I do to inherit everlasting life?' And he said to him, 'What has been written in the Torah? How do you read it?' And he answering said, 'You shall love Yahuwah your Elohim with all your heart, and with all your being, and with all your strength, and with all your mind, and your neighbor as yourself.' And he said to him, 'You have answered rightly. Do this, and you shall live.'"
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so here this guy comes up and asks you who has a certain one learned in the Torah, which would be like an attorney, okay, or even perhaps a Pharisee or scribe or something, but most likely an attorney type person knowing the law. Trying him, a teacher, what shall I do to inherit everlasting life? And Yahuwah reverses it and says, "You tell me. You're the one that's learned in the Torah. How do you read it? How do you understand it?" And he answered and said, "You shall love Yahuwah your Elohim with all your heart and with all your being, with all your strength and with all your mind, and your neighbor as yourself." Why did he say that? And then Yahushua turns right around and says, "You have answered right. You are correct. Do this and you shall live." Why did Yahushua tell him that he answered that correctly? And why did he say that? And what are those? Tad?
Well, I'll start with your last question. Those two are the two great commands. And the first one covers the first 4 commandments. And the second one, loving your neighbor as yourself, covers the last 6. It encompasses all those. So by saying that, he was basically saying do all 10 commandments, but those commandments hang on those 2.
Right. And so these 2 love commands, the first, the greatest in the first command, and the second great command, all the Torah and the prophets hang on these 2 commands. Why? Why? Why do all the Torah and the prophets hang on these 2 commands? Ted?
Because they teach us how to love, and love is the completion of the Torah.
Right on, man. There it is. So by obeying these first 2 great commands, are we obeying Torah? Everything that's written in Torah? Are we totally obedient by obeying these 2 commands? Yes, we are. Absolutely, we are. And so what the way to look at this is, if you go through Torah and you try to get all the moral laws or commands in there that still apply, the only ones that were annulled was those pertaining to the old priesthood. They were annulled. But the moral laws that teach us what right living is are still in effect. And the 10 Commandments is a standalone blood covenant represented by your marriage, representing your marriage vows to Yahuwah. Okay? And so we take all those and we try to learn them and keep all of them. It's like trying to get a master's degree or a doctor's degree in college. You're taking the long way around. Okay. For those who are quick, quick-witted, perhaps quick to understand things, can take a little short 1-year program, we'll just say, to compare to the master degree or doctrine, and we can learn exactly what they're going to learn in a very short period of time and get out there and apply it in the real world and become professionals in our trade, which is love, by doing so. And so these 2 commands is what teaches us to do that. Once we have learned to love Yahuwah with all our heart, being, and strength and mind, and to love your neighbor as yourself, others as yourself, you've graduated, man. You're out in the field. You're performing the work that you've been taught by our teacher. The rest of them people are still going to school. They ain't graduated yet. They're still trying to figure out, oh, okay, I can't move the border of a property. I can't do this. I can't do that. Okay. And you're already graduated. You've already learned the lesson, love. Love is the completion of the Torah and the prophets. These 2 commands hangs all the Torah and the prophets, and bam, you've learned to love. You're right where you need to be, because that's the lesson of the scriptures. That's the goal. The goal has been reached. You have graduated. You have now been given freedom of Torah, because you've learned to love Yahuwah and others. Everybody on that? So let me ask you this. These 2 commands, are they new commands? There's a lot of denominations out there that teach that these are new commands given to us by Yahusha.
Deuteronomy. Sorry.
Yeah, they're not new commands. He's just illustrating them, right? He's just confirming them. These are found in the Torah, both of these. Are they not?
Deuteronomy. It's awesome.
Okay. Any questions, comments, thoughts on this? Does everybody see why this man was correct and right when he said this, answered this way?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's move on.
Okay. But the man, he, wishing to declare himself just, said to Yahusha, "And who is my neighbor?" And replying, Yahusha said, "A certain man was going down from Jerusalem to Jericho and fell among robbers, who, both stripping and beating him, went away, leaving him half dead. And by a coincidence, a certain priest was going down that way. And when he saw him, he passed by on the other side. And likewise, a Levite also, when he came to the place, and seeing, passed by on the other side. But a certain Shomeronite, traveling, came upon him. And when he saw him, he had compassion on him, and he went to him and bandaged his wounds, pouring on oil and wine. And having placed him on his own beast, he brought him to an inn and looked after him. And going out on the next yom, he took out 2 pieces of silver, gave them to the innkeeper, and said to him, "Look after him, and whatever more you spend, I shall repay you when I return." Who then of these 3 do you think was neighbor to him who fell among the robbers? And he said, "He who showed compassion on him." Then Yahusha said to him, "Go and do likewise."
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so the guy was kind of wishing to, I don't know, wishing to declare himself just, meaning he was acting like maybe trying to act like he knew more than Yahusha. See that? That he thought maybe he could get one up on him, right?
He was testing him.
Kind of testing him, right? And so Yahusha gives him this parable that we know as the Good Samaritan parable. And goes on to teach him that everybody is your neighbor. It's not just the person living next door, but any human being is your neighbor. Okay. And so he gives him this and tells him, you do like this example of this Samaritan and go and do this, and you'll be good to go. Okay, so there's a secret prophecy within this parable. Does anybody see it? Go ahead, Sharon.
The 2, the 2 representing the 2,000 years.
Yeah, that's it. So here are the 2 pieces of silver. He gave them to the innkeeper and said to him, look after him, and whatever you spend, I'll repay you when I return. This prophecy that's saying that after 2 days or 2,000 years, Yahusha's coming back.
Mm-hmm. What do you got? So that's supposed to be possible.
So then, who was the person who was beat up? Is the representative of us, or who is that a representative of? The guy who was beat up.
Well, the Samaritan here would be representing Yahusha, and the one guy that was beat up can be anyone. He can be any human representing who's your neighbor. Anyone, any human is your neighbor. All right, and so you're supposed to love everybody. That's what this basically is saying. Because he's saying, love your neighbors yourself, and the guy says, well, who's my neighbor? And so he's basically saying everybody, love everybody. That's the message here. Go ahead, Sharon.
The one thing that caught my eye was the Shumanite.
Yeah.
Isn't that the group that the woman at the well, they didn't associate with?
Yes.
Because the Syrians, all that mess, that right there. So wasn't he even showing them he's showing himself and that's part of Judah, right? Is that part of Judah? No.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Samaritans. Samaria is in Israel. Yes, it is.
Well, what I understood was the woman, that two tribes that stood back, and the Syrians, was chasing everybody all over the place. They had children from Judah, the women, and this is what the Samaritans. This is why they don't have anything to do with them, because they're, I guess, unclean or something. I don't know. But my thought was, Yahusha, even at the well, he knew that she was, I think, from the line of Judah. And it's almost like he's saying, I'm coming back to join them back together, not separate them. And that is also, and here he's saying, is your neighbor.
Yeah. So what happened was during that Babylonian captivity, and a lot of the Israelites fled. A lot of them were captured and taken into captivity. Okay. Well, the Samaritans stayed in the land. They didn't flee. Okay. And so they stayed there. So when the Babylonians moved into that territory, the Samaritans started mating with them. And they started breeding with the Babylonians, and they defiled Abraham's bloodline.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so, in other words, the Samaritans were half-breeds of sorts. And so when they came back out of captivity and everything and went back and possessed the land, they hated the Samaritans because they interbred with the Babylonians, and they were considered unclean because they were part Gentile and part Hebrew. And that's why they didn't like them. They considered them to be half-breed, scum of the earth type things. That's why they didn't like them. So here in this parable, Yahusha is being the Samaritan, because he's saying, look, the priests, the Levites, don't love their neighbor. They passed this hurt man by, but the Samaritan, who he was representing, didn't. And he gave him oil and wine. Do we understand what the oil and wine represents? And he gave him the oil and the wine, man. The new wine, the oil, the ruach. He took care of this man. And so what he's saying here is a Samaritan that believes is better than a priest or a Levite who doesn't. Doesn't matter if he's a half-breed or not. It doesn't even matter if he's a Gentile. If he believes, he's ahead of the priest and the Levite who doesn't. And that's why he's representing the Samaritan here in this parable, because they were considered unclean and half-breeds. See that? And he's saying, it don't matter, man. What matters is, do you love your neighbor? It don't matter if you're a Gentile or not. And he used the priests and the Levites to show you the difference and why. I mean, they were considered the pious people, right? Everybody kind of held them to high esteem. Oh, wow, there comes a priest, there comes a Levite, Here comes a Samaritan. Man, let's throw mud on them. Let's spit on them. They're dogs, right? They're worse than a dog. They're a half-breed. So you see why he used that became the Samaritan in this example. Any questions or comments or thoughts on this one? Pretty powerful, really. Pretty powerful stuff right there.
Ike has his hand up.
No.
Good, Ike.
Also, with the two, kind of relating to what Josh is saying, the 2,000 years could mean man will suffer 2 more thousand years until he returns. Maybe.
Yeah, that was kind of where I was going with that, as if that was a symbolic of something perhaps, but maybe, I don't want to look too deeply into that,
Yeah.
And in the 2,000 years, we'd still be under the currency money system, right?
Because I know I sure feel like that guy that got beat up. Sometimes I kind of feel like I've been beat up throughout my life. So I don't know. I'm just looking too deeply into it. I know. I'm just.
Josh, you've been loved much. That's why.
Yeah. So Job 5:19 tells us, in 6 distresses he delivers you, and in 7 no evil strikes you, which would be the millennium reign. So yeah, we're going to suffer for 6 distresses, 6 millennium. The last 2 days is just simply means when he was here on his first coming, he died on the year 4000, and then there's 2 days or 2000 years, still days of distress. That's not going to change until the year 6000, and that's his second coming. He'll be back in 2 days. So the year 6000, that's when he'll return. That's what the 2 days means. It doesn't mean you're relieved of your sufferings and distresses, because Scripture says you will, for 6 yamam, you will live in distress. You'll only get relief on the 7th day, which is the millennium reign. That's when relief comes.
Yeah, I was thinking, well, you only got 2 more thousand years left to suffer, is what I mean. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's the end times. So the last 2 days is considered the latter days or the end times. Yeah, there's no relief from distress. Matter of fact, it's going to increase. It's the opposite. It's going to get worse. It's going to increase to the point where it's never been before or never will be. It's going to get that bad. Okay, so it's kind of like the opposite. End times, the last 2 days are going to be the worst 2 days of all the 6 days. And so the 5th day is going to be a lot worse. And then the 6th day is going to be unbelievable. And we can see it, man. Look what's happening here on the 6th day. We've had 2 world wars. We've had nuclear bombs dropped. Money, everybody pursuing money, all the different religions now. It's just, the increase in Satanism and paganism is just increasing rapidly. The 6th day is horrible, and we haven't even seen the worst of it yet. The worst is yet to come. Afterwards, we will find relief on the 7th day, which is the millennium reign. All right. So any other questions, thoughts, or comments on this? Everybody kind of get this Good Samaritan parable here? All right, let's go on then, Ted. What happened to Dave? Dropped, huh? He must have dropped. Did he put something in the chat room? No. Okay. All right, his cell phone must have whacked out on him. Maybe battery went dead or something. Let's go, Ted.
And it came to be as they went that he entered into a certain village, and a certain Asha named Martha received him into her house. And she had a sister called Miriam, who also sat at the feet of Yahusha and heard his word. But Martha was distracted with much serving, and coming up, she said, Master, are you not concerned that my sister has left me to serve alone? Speak to her then to help me. And Yahusha answering said to her, Martha, Martha, you are worried and troubled about many things, but one only is necessary. And Miriam has chosen the good portion, which shall not be taken away from her.
All right. Thanks, Ted. Okay. So, and it came to be as they went, he entered into a certain village. What village would this be? There was a certain Asha named Martha and her sister called Miriam. So what village are we talking? Go ahead, Raul.
Napur Kadam or something like that, where all the priests live. I can't pronounce it correctly.
Tad?
He's got it right. Kafar Nahum. Nahum.
Thank you, Tad.
You're welcome. You had it right though, basically, Raul.
Okay, and so that's the village of where the priests or the Levites lived, just right outside of Jerusalem. And a certain Asher named Martha and Miriam, his sister Miriam. Who are these people? Raul.
Alazar's sisters.
Alazar's sisters. Why did they live in Beth Nakom? Why did they live there in that village of the Levites, do you suppose? Alazar and his two sisters. Go ahead, Raul.
I think his family had connections to the high priest, or they knew the high priest very well.
So they must have been from the Levite line, right? After all, they're Miriam and Martha are Levite names. Are they not? Yeah, they are. And so to live in this village, they had to be from the Levite line. Is that why Alazar had a connection? Is that why he was known by the high priest and he was able to let Peter into the gate? Yeah. Remember we went over that. Okay, so interestingly here, it said Martha was distracted because she was serving and coming up. She said, Master, you are not concerned that my sister has left me to serve alone, making me do all the work. In other words, speak to her and tell her to help me. Quit sitting there like that. She's being lazy, right? And Yahushua answered, said, Martha, Martha, you are worried and troubled about many things, but one only is necessary. And Miriam has chosen the good portion, which shall not be taken away from her. So what is this? What is the one only, but one only is necessary. So what one thing was necessary that Martha was doing? Miriam was doing. Go ahead, Raul.
She was learning the word. She was getting ready for salvation.
Right. So that's the only thing that really matters is what Yahushua's saying here, right? So, serving yourself, cleaning, serving, cooking, getting ready to feed your body isn't what's important. So Miriam's doing what's important. She's concerned of her deliverance and she's worshiping at my feet. Right? And I'm not taking that away from her. She's doing what she should be doing, what's most important. Her priority is correct. Yours is not. So it's kind of a reminder to, keep Yahushua as our number one priority. Go ahead, Tad.
I think what he was saying about Martha basically was, instead of distracted with much serving, things like that, she's too involved in the world is what he's really saying. She's too involved with the things of the world instead of the things of the Ruach.
Yeah, that's another way of saying it. Right. Martha's concerned about the worldly matters, and Miriam is more concerned about the spiritual matters for her eternal destination. And she is about feeding herself. So we can rightly say Martha is heavenly involved in the literal or worldly things, and Miriam is involved in the spiritual matters or the heavenly things, right? And which one is on the correct course? Well, it's Miriam, right? Go ahead, Sharon.
Miriam was doing what her assignment was to do and relationship in the spiritual realm, and then Martha, her assignment and her relationship was different.
Are you saying that Miriam is going to be delivered and Martha isn't? Is that what you're saying?
Miriam is in the spiritual doing the assignment in which she's been given in the relationship, having the relationship with the word. Having relationship is sitting at the word. Where Martha, she's in the serving, that she's doing the world.
She was trying.
She was trying to
Be a good host.
Yeah. Be a good host is like, and she's doing her assignment, which is serving, and she was thinking that that was the relationship that he's looking for. Not to say that she may not be delivered. It's just their assignment and their relationships were a little bit different.
Yeah, Jill, it says feeding the flesh versus feeding the spirit. I think is a good analysis right there. Spiritual analysis. I must have said something wrong. Phyllis says, no, it was Beth and Yah. Did I call it something else? I probably did. Sometimes I say weird stuff.
I called it something else. I said it was Kafar Nahum, and it's actually Beth Anya. Yeah.
Oh,
Phyllis has it correct.
Right. It was Beth and Yah. Okay.
So I started the problem.
Yeah. It's hard to keep all those towns separated, man. Get them mixed up sometimes. Some of them sound kind of sort of the same. Go ahead, Ike.
You know what I think is going to be kind of cool is one day we're going to be able to go look at all these people that Yah used and just talk to them and say, Yah had you do that so we can learn a lesson. Just to have a conversation with them and talk to them about it. It's going to be so cool,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Here's a message from Lou. He says him and Phyllis are waiting to hear if she will get released. So yeah, keep them in your prayers, and hopefully you all get released. We're all patiently waiting and praising Yahuwah and asking him for her release and her continued perfect recovery. And so be it. Yahuwah's will be done. Go, Tad.
I was just going to say, so that was actually Brother Lou that was telling us that it was Beth Anya, not Sister Phyllis.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. It might have been Phyllis. She likes to keep
But in reality, it was Yahusha speaking through Brother Lou.
Or Sister Phyllis. Whichever one it was. Okay. So good. That pretty much brings us to the end of today's study, y'all. Anybody got any questions, comments, or thoughts on today's lesson? Chapter 10 it was very full of stuff, wasn't it? A lot of information, a lot of tangents. Wow. Mind blowing.
William would have been proud of you.
Yeah, William was on here. I don't know if he still is or not. Maybe that's why we got all those tangents. And William was in here today. Okay. No other comments, thoughts, or questions? We'll resume next week with chapter 11. Go ahead, Ted.
I was just going to say we wouldn't have those tangents if it wasn't Yahusha working through you, Brother Mark. He must have wanted those tangents for some teaching reason.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
So I should have said that Yahusha would have been proud of you.
That's right.
What's neat, Mark, is when you're teaching us, he's teaching you at the same time. It's so cool. You can go out and talk to somebody and you think you're telling them something, but the Ruach is telling you something. I just love it. Love the fact
Well,
that huh?
I probably learned the most.
Well,
Teacher,
okay,
the teacher usually learns the most, believe it or not. You know, people look at people that are teaching or whatever, leading the group, you know, and they think that they, you know all this stuff. But if you've ever done it, and I mean, Phil will probably back me up on this, that when you're the teacher, you're actually learning more than your students are as you're teaching it. It's a phenomenon. It's hard to explain unless you've done it. Am I right on that, Phil? You experience that?
No, definitely. And in all sorts of the law enforcement, elementary school, anything you teach, you are refining your learning through others, their questions, their response, their enthusiasm, everything. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So it's the edification of the instructor. Others sharpen you and your delivery becomes better. Our deliveries come better. It's a back and forth situation, but definitely the instructor has to know how to respond in a humble nature to the questions, to even the nonverbal things that students do towards them. Yeah, definitely. And you're a master instructor, Mark, and you're humble. And I've been teaching things for close to 50 years. So trust me, you are right on the money. And I know the Yahuwah has blessed you with this tasks, and there's been naysayers and there's been subtle attacks, but you stand the course, and that's the attributes of a true instructor. So we thank you for that, definitely. And we're not trying to put you on a pedestal whatsoever, but it just comes from others, and you don't talk about yourself. You let others do the talking for you, and their representation of Yahusha. And when they go out and minister to the lost sheep, those people we're supposed to seek out. And then Yahusha tells us what to say. And that's kind of what I said about the tongues. I realize there's other tongues. And of course, the master language is Hebrew. And we should all know that. And a lot of people don't know that. So thank you so much again for this steadfast suffering that you endure through me. I won't talk about anybody else yet, but through my questions and through my interjections. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. All esteem to Yahusha. Sister Phyllis is asleep. Shh. Everybody be quiet. Don't wake her up. She needs a rest. So must have been Lou that corrected us on the tone.
All right, guys. Thank you very much.
Phyllis, we love you.
I'm going to go ahead and head on out. Sorry to interrupt, but
where are you going, Joshua? I need you to stay here.
Where are you
running off to? Huh?
Honestly, it's my nap time.
All righty.
No, but thank you guys. I appreciate you, and another good study, and I'll see you next week, and we'll go from there. Are you doing any studies for Passover or anything like that we need to know about, or we're just going to see you next week, or what?
No, I mean, I did what I'm going to do last night. Did you watch that last night?
Yeah.
That's about it. Now you can go on my channel, and there's past programs about Passover and appointed times, and Lou's got a ton of them on his channel. So if you want to pick up more information about the appointed times, I would highly suggest you look them up. For the questions that you were asking, I'd go over to Lou's channel, because he gives real good basic instructions on what you're supposed to do. And matter of fact, go in there and download that brochure he has, that pamphlet about the appointed times, 2024. Do you have that?
No,
you should get that. You should get that, because that little pamphlet would answer all the questions you asked today.
All right. Thank you.
I think, how does he get that, Tad?
If he goes to TorahZone.net, you can go into the PDFs and click on it, and it says purchase. Go ahead and purchase it, but it costs nothing. and then follow through to where like you would put it in your cart and purchase something like it was Amazon. Follow all the way through like that, and it'll just download at the very end there on whatever device you're using, and you'll have it.
I'm glad you said that, because I would have not followed through with that if
it's all free, even though it says purchase. You're purchasing it for nothing, basically.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and then you can print it too and pass it out, whatever. You can print it. I like hard copies of stuff just because you can set them with your scriptures and just pull it out and review it quick. So
yeah, me too. I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
Okay,
definitely.
guys, I'm out. Have a good one.
Shalom.
Shalom.
All right.
Well, I guess Mom and I are gonna take off here too, except we're not gonna go take a nap. We're gonna go eat lunch.
I'm always interested. What are you having for lunch?
I think we're gonna have chicken enchiladas, aren't we? Yes.
What? How far?
Chicken
are we away from
enchilada.
me?
Homemade.
Homemade. It's already made, of course.
Yes.
So we
Awesome.
Hold on. Don't go anywhere.
We love you all. What's
Hang
up?
on. We're going to do the priestly blessing. We're all going to leave this time with you.
No.
Raul, will you take us out with the priestly blessing, sir? I don't know what the deal is with the internet today. It was kind of strange. Probably those thunderstorms.
There he is. He's there.
All right, Raul.
All right. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, Speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, This is how you bless the children of Israel. Say to them, Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you shalom. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba
Hashem Yahuwah.
Love you guys.
Love everybody. We'll see you next week.
Shabbat shalom, and thank you, Mark, and all who contributed to the love of our Father, Yahuwah.